Order, order, order. Order, order. Silence, please. Silence. The chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Order, honorable members. Order, members from the gallery. We are about to start with the session. May I request that we be on our feet and observe a moment of silence, prayer, or meditation. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to warmly welcome the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Thank you very much. Also, let me welcome the Premier of the Northwest, Honorable Mukhosi, and all other premiers in our midst. I have seen the Premier of Gauteng, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Premier of Northern Cape. You are warmly welcomed. May I also acknowledge and appreciate the presence of the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature of Northwest, Honorable Muhono, as well as all the other speakers who are here with us today. We also have the deputy speakers in our midst. We are also graced by the presence of the Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Mahambe Hlala. The President of SALGA is here with us today, Honorable Stofile. Our host, Executive Mayor, Councillor Mahlope, and all other executive mayors present. Our District Executive Mayor, Councillor Nam. The members of the Executive Council across the country. I have seen members from all provinces who are serving in the Executive Council. You are warmly welcome. The Chief Whip of the Council, as well as the presence of the Provincial Chief Whip or Provincial Legislature Chief Whip, our permanent and special delegates, our esteemed councillors in our midst, political and traditional religious leaders, our civil society organizations, most importantly, our guests, the people of Bokoni, Bophirima. Re a lamohela bagolo. We shall now proceed to the annual address by the President of the Republic of South Africa as reflected on the order paper, which will be followed by the debate thereon. I now call upon the Honorable President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, to open the debate. Thank you, honorable members and our guests. Please, if you may allow the President to address the House. Over to you, Honorable President.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mary File Mtshweni Tsipane, Premier of the Northwest Province, Re Lazarus Mkhotsi, Premiers from a number of other provinces who are here present, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Mayors of our various municipalities here, the traditional leaders of our people in this province, delegates to the National Council of Provinces, and all of us fellow South Africans. Ke a le dumedisa lotlhe. Ka leina la mmuso wa Republic ya South Africa. Ke boitumelo go nna go ba fano mo provinceng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima. Ke thabile gagolo go ba mona, ke a itumela gagolo-golo ha re tlisitse Palamente mo bathong ba Northwest gore le bona ba bone gore Palamente e sebetsa jwang, e hlile ba nke karolo ka bo bona gore ba ntshe tse di leng mo pelong tsa bona, ba bue tsohle tse ba thabisang le tse ngata tse sa ba thabiseng. Ba kgona hore jwetsa ntho tsohle tse ba di tlhokang go mmuso wa bona. Molaotheo wa rona wa re dumella gore batho ba rona ba nke karolo. Palamente e ska fela kwa Cape Town, ebe Palamente ya setšhaba e tla kgonang go kena setšhabeng, e kopane le batho ba haeso. Palamente le ditho tsa yona ba kgone go utlwa sentle gore batho ba phela jwang. Taking Parliament to the people gives effect to the promise of our Constitution that was signed into law 30 years ago. It is actually quite significant that on the year we celebrate our Constitution, we are able to come here to the Northwest. The Northwest, the place and the people of the Northwest who waged a titanic struggle against the unjust and illegal government of apartheid, and who sacrificed so much to get us where we are today, who participated in the drafting of our Constitution. Today, in the main, we have this beautiful Constitution that contains the rights of all of us, and the people of Northwest made a real important contribution to have our Constitution to be what it is. Ra le leboga lona batho ba mo Northwest. Our Constitution declares that all South Africans have the right to participate fully in the life of our country, that they should have a say in the way they are governed, and that they should participate fully in all the decisions that affect them. Just as millions of South Africans were part, as I was saying, of the drafting of our Constitution itself, participatory democracy is essentially the foundation of the open, free, tolerant society that we are striving to build. In 1994, our vision was to build a people's parliament, a parliament that represents the people, where their voices are heard, and a parliament that broadly reflects the will of the people. Taking parliament to the people is an integral part of that vision. But before we begin the order of proceedings, Honorable Chairpersons of the NCOP and your Deputy, today we wish to pay tribute to the lives that have been lost and the families that have been affected by the flooding in several of our provinces. And your province has also not been spared. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families who have lost their loved ones and those who have lost their homes, their livelihoods, and with those whose businesses have been severely damaged. This natural disaster is a stark reminder of how vulnerable we are as a country and as a continent to the ravages of the growing impact of climate change. It calls on us to strengthen our emergency and disaster preparedness systems. We have to step up investment in climate resilient infrastructure. Most of all, we have to be regularly engaging with our communities to keep them informed and empowered to respond effectively when such events occur. The communities also must be ready, but government must be even more ready through its responders, its rescue operators. But clear messages and warnings must be given to members of our communities so that they are prepared. Over the past few days, there have been a series of public events where we've been able to hear firsthand from all of you about the challenges that you are all facing. I am told that those engagements have been productive, they've been deep, they've been thorough, and many people have had an opportunity to speak out and tell members of the NCOP and tell our parliament what their challenges are. Now, this is the important part of our democracy. Our democracy must never be a democracy that is only practiced in Cape Town. It must be a democracy that is practiced beyond also our provincial legislatures. It must be a democracy of all our people. Elected officials are expected to report back to communities on what they are doing to address these challenges. Gantsi, bao ba le ba kgethileng, a ba iphe nako ya go boela go rena, ba tlo le reportela gore ba etsa eng na. Seo a re se bue fela ka di-councillor tsa rona. Re di bua le ka ba le ba kgethileng gore ba ilo le emela ko legislature, ko provinceng, le ko parlamenteng. Ke tshwanelo gore bao ba kgethilweng ke setšhaba ba iphe nako, ba etse matsapa a gore ba kene setšhabeng, ba kgone go jwetsa setšhaba gore a na go etsagala eng ka maphelo a bona. So ke yona ntho e kgolo e botlhokwa e re tshwanetseng gore re lokise. And ke tla thaba haholo ha le ka bua ka yona gore e kene mo ditsebeng tsa rona kaofela. And le ska tshwara anything back. You must speak out so that the message sinks in. This is with regard to giving respect, to giving regard, and to giving recognition to our people. And this is what our democracy is truly all about. Now, I am pleased to hear that the engagements that have taken place were, one, well attended and were vibrant and productive. Now, this is a demonstration of what we need, Honorable Chairperson, to do on a more regular basis, even in smaller groupings. What emerged, I'm told, from this engagement is that local government needs to be at the center of our efforts to build a South Africa of equality and dignity for all. Ha re bua sentle, mmuso wa rona wa bo mmasepala ke moo go senyagalang dintho tse dintsi. In February this year, in the State of the Nation address, e re bitsang SONA kaofela ha rona, e na le leina la yona ba re ke SONA, I outlined our plans for the year ahead to particularly give effect to the strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. Re ile ra bontsha plan ya rona gore selemong se re batla go dira eng. I outlined how we are driving inclusive economic growth that creates more jobs by expanding the productive capacity of our economy and attracting more investment. We are working to tackle poverty and address the high cost of living that is putting a strain on individuals and households, particularly the poor and vulnerable. We are building a capable and ethical and developmental state that is able to deliver basic services that are our citizens' rights. And we are seeking and have been at work to build a state that treats every South African with courtesy, with respect, and that is free from corruption and mismanagement. We have also prioritized measures that we need to take and that we are now taking to address the water crisis that is affecting many municipalities across the country. But we've also decided that we will set up a water crisis committee that will coordinate the efforts of departments and spheres of government. So we are dealing with immediate challenges in most affected municipalities while changing the way that water infrastructure is funded and managed. Now, all this, one of the key priorities is to ensure that we repair the dysfunctional municipalities that are right across our country. Ha re sheba bo masepala ba bantsi ba naga e ya geso, re fumana gore bongata ba bo masepala a ba sebetse sentle, a ba ise di-services tse tlhokagalang setšhabeng. Ba bang ba tlholega go etsa gore metsi a be teng, motlakase o dula o wa, ditsela a di a lokiswa sentle. Re kry-a gore le basebetsi ba re sebeletsang bo masepala ba rona, ba bang ba bona ba botswa, ba bona ba bang a basebetsi ka tsela e nepagetseng. Empa le a go le jwalo, re na le bo masepala ba 257 mo South Africa. Anong re ikemiseditse gore selemong se ka term e ya government ya rona, re ikemiseditse gore we are going to focus on our municipalities and find ways of engendering reforms in our municipalities. And 2 weeks ago, we held a historic meeting of all the mayors of our municipalities in South Africa for the first time to discuss the challenges facing municipalities. At that meeting, we dealt with the one key issue that is facing our municipalities where our people live. It was the problem of water. Knowing very well gore South Africa aina metsi a mantsi. Many of our places a gona metsi. We don't have big rivers like other countries. I often say mafase a mang go tshwana le DRC, for the Democratic Republic of Congo, ba na le the Congo River. The Congo River is 40 kilometers wide. Kore o ka se fetse leeto le o ka letsatsi. Ke tsela e le noka ya teng e le wide ka teng. Metsi a teng a matha continuously, day and night. Ha o ka ema ka potsa maka skepe, so those countries are well endowed. Rona re na le noka e telle e simulang Lesotho e fete go gotlhe mo South Africa ke the Orange River. Then re na le dinoka tse ding tse gaufi le the sea line. So we are a water scarce country, and we even have a desert in the middle of our country, the Kalahari. So water is a major challenge to our country. And that is why it's often said, well, we must use water sparingly because it's a challenge and now we have a crisis. In the past government, the apartheid government, did not really care about whether people had water or not. They just took it for granted that people will get water from the streams, from the wells, and from those little rivers that run for a few months in the year. But now the democratic government's duty is to make sure that all our people have clean running water in their homes. That is our task as the democratic government. And to have water all over in the rural areas, in the cities, in the towns, and all that. So we have now taken on the water challenge. I established a National Water Crisis Committee, like I established the National Energy Crisis Committee when we were dealing with load shedding. We were able to deal with load shedding and bring it to an end by and large, although there's still electricity reduction here and there which we are going to solve. So we took a view for it through establishing a National Water Crisis Committee. We will be able to, in a way, wrap our arms around the water problem throughout the country and solve it. Now, what are we doing? We are focusing on water. We are now ensuring that we build dams, but must focus on reticulation and work together with our local government. We are encouraged by the enthusiastic and committed support of all mayors and all provinces to address this critical problem. Now, during the course of the week, our ministers, our MECs and mayors have been engaging with communities on the specific initiatives to be rolled out aligned with these strategic priorities. What I wish to emphasize today, as we have done a number of times in the past, is that local government is where our ability and capability to achieve all our national priorities will be put to test. But bahahesu, haba lebella mmuso, ba lebella pele mo bo masepala ba bona. Ha masepala a sa sebetse sentle, ke disappointment e kgolo mo bathong ba haeso. So go tshwanetse gore re lokise bo masepala ka hobane masepala re bitsa gore is the engine of development. Ke mo dintho di tshwanetseng gore di etsagale teng. Go lokiswe mo bo masepala. Re be le batho ba kgonang go sebeletsa setšhaba. Re be le batho ba nang le tsebo e feletseng go sebeletsa setšhaba. Re be le batho ba tlhalefileng ba tla sebeletsang setšhaba. Re se ke ra ba le batho ba tla bang ba sotla batho ba haeso. Re se ke ra ba le batho ba magodu ba tla bang ba utswa tšhelete go bo masepala. So bo masepala o botlhokwa tota. Ke mo go tshwanetseng gore tiro e etswe teng ka botlalo. And go bonagale gore masepala o a sebetsa, ntho tsotlhe tse tlhokiwang ke batho di a etsagala. Ke a ne ke re ha ke bua le bo meyara ba rona le di-officials tsa rona, ke re ha o le masepala, batho ba dulang mo masepala wa gago leng teng, o tshwanetse gore o ba regard as the customers. Ke di-customers tsa gago. And ka sekgowa ba re, a customer is always right. Ke yona ntho e ba e buang. So, ha re fa service mo bathong, motho o mo fang service wa patela. So, o right most of the time. Now, for maspaling, that is where national policies and provincial programs are translated into action. At the national level, we set policy and we allocate the money to implement that policy. At the provincial level, they then ensure that the money is well allocated and set out implementation plans. At the local level, that is where execution takes place. Ke mo go sebetsiwang teng, go a dirwa ko local level. So local level is therefore critical in ensuring that our people have water, they have sanitation, they have electricity, they have roads, they have clinics that work, they have community services, and they encourage businesses to operate. And they also remove the red tape to allow businesses to operate and employ our people. Local government has a vital role in determining where companies choose to establish their offices, their factories, their shops, and outlets. When companies choose to close down and move elsewhere because of poor service, jobs and livelihoods are lost and the local economy suffers. Ke gopola mo provinceng e ya rona, go na le business e ileng ya kwala, ya re re a kwala. Re lo bula ko provinceng e nngwe ka gobane the local government was not delivering good services to them. I'm told 5,000 people lost their jobs. Ntho tseo di tshwanetse gore di fele. Go ska tlhola go ba le batho ba tla latlhegelwang ke mesebetsi ke tiro tsa bona ka gobane masepala a o sebetse sentle. Bo masepala ba rona ba tshwanetse ba sebetse sentle. When local government works, when municipalities are well managed and deliver on their mandates, cities, towns, and villages thrive. I have often said when I've go to various provinces, now I see whether local government is working or not by seeing the cleanliness of the town. Ha ke bona go le maswe, go na le dipampiri le diplastiki gotlhe-gotlhe, go na le sewage, le metsi a tsamayang mo strateng, ke mo ke bonang gore no, masepala a o sebetse. Ke mo ke bonang teng. Now, ke ane ke botse bao ba tshwereng masepala, ke re wena mayor, wena municipal manager, ana o ka phela mo ntlong e sewage e thubegileng teng na wena. Ke ane ke ba botse ke re ha e le ntlo ya gago wena ka bo wena o tla etsa sure gore as soon as pipe e bursta go kena ntho tse maswe ka mo ntlong ya gago, go kena ntho tseo kaofela la di tseba ge, o tla tsoga o ilo batla motho o lokisang ntho eo o e lokise ka gobane o ka se ke wa robala mo ntlong e na leng sewage bursting into the house. Ke a ba botsa ge gore why o dumela gore go be bjalo mo bathong ba haeso? o tshwanetse gore o lokise dintho tseo kaofela. So it is important for us to fix local government. It is one of the most important priorities of this administration. Even as local government faces serious challenges today, it has been one of the most effective instruments of transformation since the advent of democracy in 1994. Municipalities have helped to expand access to water and to electrification to communities that had been deliberately excluded under apartheid, including in the most rural reaches of our country. So, le ha re bona phoso mo bo masepaleng ba rona, se re tshwanetseng gore re se etse ke gore re gopole gore bo masepala ba gompieno ba tlhagileng after 1994 ba fetotse tsela e re phelang ka yona. Bo masepala ba kgale ba apartheid ba ne ba sa tlhokomele setšhaba. Mo ke godileng teng ko Chiawelo ko Soweto, masepala o ne a sa tlhokomele setšhaba. Gompieno bo masepala ba se tlhokomela. Ntho e re tshwantseng re etse anong go gore re improve, re sebetse ka thata, re etse gore local government does support our people. For example, ka utlwa le a ganetsa. No. For example, le mameleng sentle. For example, ka tlase ga mmuso in the democratic government, we have been able to spread electricity. 93 to 94% of our people today have access to electricity. That is the success that has been achieved by the democratic government. Before that, motlakase o no fitla fela for to less than 50% ya batho. So masepala working with ESCOM made sure gore go kene motlakase mo re dulang teng. Wa gana kapa o gane, wa dumela kapa wa o dumele, eo ke nnete e sa feleng. Ke nnete. O mamele sentle gape. Ka nako e ya democracy, o mamele sentle, ka nako e ya democracy, mmuso o wa rona o agetse batho ba almost 4 million dintlo. La di wa dintlo wa bona nako e nngwe di awa. Empa o mamele sentle, mmuso wa rona o agetse batho dintlo wa ba fa tsona mahala. Yaanong nna ke na lo tsamaya mafatsheng a mantsi. I travel to many countries, and whenever I travel, I ask a lot of questions to my fellow heads of state. I ask them, tell me, how do you house your people? But no, we do build them houses. Do you give them free or do you make them pay? But no, free, never. They must pay. And when I hear that, I think about us, what our government has done over the years to build 4 million houses, and in latter days we are paying 160,000, 180,000 a house. One time when I was in Cape Town, the MEC for housing in Cape Town says to me, we were going to hand out a house to one of the residents, an old lady who had never had a house in her life before. And he said, President, do you realize that we are giving this lady a free house. Much as she has never had a house, we're giving her an asset. An asset that today, he said, we built it for 160, but today the value of that house is 400,000. So it's 400,000 of an asset that the government of the Republic of South Africa gives free of charge to many of its people, 4 million of those people. So, Bahayesu, the challenges that we have in local government are many. However, there have been positives. And I'm saying let's look at the positives and see how we can improve the positives and see how we can even encourage those who are in local government to do more and to do better. Local government has supported the delivery of millions of homes, as I was saying, built a number of clinics. You may recall, prior to apartheid, we didn't have many clinics. Today, we've got more clinics. We must build more clinics. We must improve our roads, and we must also work on our critical infrastructure. The community work programs that we have has created pathways for work livelihood support. We didn't have community work programs in the past. Now we have them. Not everybody will be able to participate in those community programs, but many are. What do? They give dignity to those South Africans who are unemployed. Local government will be a critical enabler of the most ambitious infrastructure build program in our country's history. You will know that during SONA, we said that over the next 3 years, we are going to be investing 1 trillion rand to build energy, water, transportation, roads, logistics, and other essential infrastructure, including IT. This massive program will create jobs, will support local businesses and supplier development, and will enhance black businesses within our communities so that those black-owned businesses owned by women, owned by people with disabilities, owned by young people can thrive and be better businesses. We are on a concerted drive to attract investment into our economy. And these potential investors need to know that they are bringing their investments to places that have reliable basic services, are well regulated and managed, and that are safe and secure. At such local government, as it develops, it should not just support development, it must be the axis on which our entire economy runs. As you have heard me often, I say, when investors come, they don't go and invest at the union buildings. They invest at the local government level. So local government must make sure that it creates that conducive environment where our councillors, where our mayors, where our officials, our municipal managers create that environment for investments to come. Must encourage them, must go and hunt for them and bring them to invest in our local areas. We are determined that local government must rise anew from the ground. Local government, our municipalities must be areas of vibrant activity, where people trade, where people do business, where people buy and sell things, where roads are well structured, where there is a good environment, where the sporting facilities in the area, and where our towns are clean. And it is important, yes, to have towns that are clean. I've seen a number of them as I travel around the world, and I know it is possible. Municipalities must be able to fulfill their role of building inclusive communities, expanding opportunity, and upholding the dignity of all. To do so, it is not enough to merely paper over the cracks. Simply allocating more budgets on hiring more people is not enough. Important though as this may be, we have to fundamentally transform the way our local government works and how it is structured. The structures developed in the past may not serve us so well anymore. We have to change how local government coordinates with national and provincial government for proper planning. We have to relook at the manner in which accountability and consequence management has been enforced in instances of non-performance. And I often say, people who work for the people of South Africa must perform. If you don't perform, then you must ship out. Then you must ship out. And how senior, how can I say so since a mohoson, who is a challenge as a child? There must be consequence management. There must be consequence management. Rekaskera tlogela batho, fela re ntse re itse gore one abasebetsi. Ba tla mosebetsing, ba tlo ja magwinya fela. Ba behe maoto a bona mo tafoleng. Ya, o mmone motho o a gona ntho ya e etsang the whole day. O bone motho o botswa. O bone motho ha kgone le go etsa mosebetsi wa gagwe. Where you know this person can't do the work, there must be consequence management. Where you know somebody is continuously doing the wrong thing. And I remember one time, refugile at the town, Rebata Mayor, her mayor guy, but no, mayor high. 12 o'clock, I was saying, mayor guy, but no, go high, wait up, Urobit. So mayor of Yaro is Ankae. Give her to us performing. Above all, we have to reclaim the constitutional spirit that is meant to guide all the affairs of local government, where citizens are consulted and actively participate in decisions. When we effect our reforms, the tender, even an open process. Go itsiwe gore ke bo mang ba tenderang. E ska ba ntho ya gore tlo fuwa ditšhomi. E ska ba ntho ya gore go tlo fiwa batho ba itseng. Batho ba senang bokgoni, who can't even do the work. You know, as we travel around, for instance, more human settlement. Minister Simelano Nampa reported,Ebontang uncompleted projects in many places. Huahua Foundation, Huahua Ditina Difitle Festere, and it's the end. The people disappear, the money has disappeared. That must come to an end. We cannot allow that to continue. So in the end, now I am saying, as we move forward now, we want a local government that is going to function extremely well, where we show commitment to serving the people of our country. A week ago, we released the review draft of the white paper on local government. Now, the changes that are proposed in the draft white paper will affect all residents directly. The impact on people's daily lives. I therefore urge all of us to be part of the consultation process that is now underway. The first issue we are addressing with the white paper is governance arrangements. For decades, the district local split has led to duplication, extra cost, and overlapping powers and functions. When there have been failures, municipalities have been able to blame each other. The aim now is to create a system where the roles are clearly and responsibilities and lines of accountability are clearly set out. The second issue is to make intergovernmental coordination binding in line with the Constitution. The different spheres of government will now be expected to work together to resolve problems at local level instead of in silos. The third issue is to reform and tighten municipal finance systems. Kaobane mathata a mantsi a re kopanang le ona ke mo ditšhelete di sebetswang ka yona, where the finances are. Municipalities will now be held to account on how they spend public money, particularly on maintaining essential infrastructure. The draft white paper also proposes an overhaul of the municipal billing system and revenue collection. The fourth issue is to bring local government into the digital age. We are going to be focusing on digitization and strengthening data systems that are able to facilitate and monitor service delivery. Appointments to municipal offices are going to be professionalized, and there will be tougher consequences management for corruption and maladministration. So, how do we work at professionalizing local government? Ke gore re go tshwanetse gore go hirwe batho ba nang le tsebo, e seng batho ba sa boneng ditaba, ba sa utlwisising, ba sa utlwisising gore go etsagalang, batho ba rutegileng, ke be bona ba re ba tsenyang. And re bao ba tshwereng ba ska tlisa ditsala tsa bona go tlo sebeletsa bo masepala. So that is the professionalization of our local government. And it is when we professionalize local government that then we will be able to shield local government officials from political influence. The people of South Africa want to see councils fixing potholes, delivering water, not fighting over who gets this or that other tender. Nako e nngwe ha batho ba lwanela di-tender, tla kry-a gore national government e ntshitse tšhelete, e ntshitse madi. In the end, the money is not spent and it is taken back because go na le ntwa e kgolo go lwanelwa tender gore e ya mo go mang. Now, that must come to an end. There must be more transparency, so we also must make sure that opportunities are fairly distributed and distributed not to people with political connections. They are distributed to people who have capability, who know how to do things, so that we can have a well-run government. We must declare the days of patronage and factional politics in local government over. Go na le di-factions tse le di-group. Ha di lwana, our people are the ones who suffer. Those days must come to an end. Now, the days of those with political ambition, colluding with corrupt business people to loot municipalities are now over. You know, when you go to some municipalities, utlwa khotwe go na le batho ba o radi business ke bona ba tshwereng masepala, ke bona ba khannang masepala. And you hear gore when the equitable share comes, ke bona ba dutsing on the council benches, ba shebile di council gore ba tlo vota bjang. They are interested in the money, not the services that are being delivered for our people. That must now come to an end. We can no longer allow municipal infrastructure to be deliberately ruined so that preferred private companies can take over critical functions like providing water. Go na le bao ba etsang sabotage ya di-pipe tsa metsi. Ba sege di-pipe so that instead of reticulation happening normally, there is tankering. Bona ba na le ditraka tsa gore di ise metsi mo le mo. Trucking water must be a thing of the past. We want to have water properly recuperated to our people. Now, this is a people's government. Our task is to make it work for the people, not for politicians, not for connected business people, not for vested interests. Those who want to run clean businesses, be innovative, create your business, provide a service, make your business profitable, without trying to capture the state. And we will support you because we want clean businesses to drive the economy of our country. We will encourage you to employ people. We will encourage you to get loans. We will encourage you to open up opportunities. Do not capture our municipalities. Leave our municipalities alone and run your businesses properly. Now, communities, businesses, civil society organizations, and traditional leaders are our partners in rebuilding local government. For too long, municipalities have gotten away with saying that they are committed to public participation because they placed an ad in the newspaper, had a public hearing, or because they have a complaints line. Meaningful public participation in local government must be a structured partnership. We're going to be looking at different ways in which all of society can play a more important role in shaping how our local government is administered. Our country has entered a new era of hope and promise. Our economy is recovering. In spite of what is happening in the Middle East, that is sending jitters all over the world and threatening to lower the growth rate of many companies, of many countries. Investors are increasingly seeing South Africa as a favorable place in which to do business. And we must focus on attracting them, doing everything we can to bring investors in. Go out and reach out to them. Interest them in our local areas. Interest them in our municipalities. Showcase our municipalities and showcase the beauty and the opportunities. We cannot be bringing them to a very dirty town in our municipalities. They will not come. They will just walk away. Investors want certainty. They want a well-run municipal area, and they want a well-run government. Over the past few years, we've faced many moments where our resolve has been sorely tested, including a global pandemic and an energy crisis. But working together, we have been able to weather those storms and emerge stronger, just as we have seen in recent days with South Africa's opening their hearts to the victims of the floods. We are a resilient people, capable of overcoming even what may seem to be insurmountable. Now, that is why now I have no doubt that we will fix local government so that it can assume its rightful role and place as the beating heart of our democracy, where lives are improved and transformed. It must happen at local government level. As the National Council of Provinces, as the National Assembly, as provincial and local government and our legislatures, right across the entire apparatus of the state, let us ensure that taking parliament to our people doesn't end here. We must take our people's concerns back to our offices, our legislatures, our councils, but more importantly, we must act on them. Now, when the next session of taking parliament to the people comes around, we must be able to show what we have done. This is about restoring confidence and trust in our government and our democracy. A government based on the will of the people is the promise of our democracy. It is the promise of our constitution, and all South Africans must be determined to honor it now and into the future. This is the time for all of us as South Africans to work together to correct what is not working well. And it is at local government where we must start and make sure that local government works for our people, and in the end, that all of us must feel proud about the towns that we live in as residents. Thank you, Chairperson of the NCOP.
Order, honorable members, please do take your seats. Thank you very much, Honorable President, for a well-articulative response to our communities that sought to restore their trust and confidence in their government. Indeed, action needs to be taken and it's imminent. Thank you very much for that. Before I proceed to the next speaker, may I take this opportunity and acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister, State Security, Honorable Kenny Murolong. You are welcome. The next speaker on my list is the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Kenny Muimang.
Ke tlotlile modulasetulo wa ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya kgalo ya diprovince. Ke tlotle le boeteledipele.
Can you hang on, Honorable Chief Whip? Honorable members of the community, can you kindly take your seats? If you want to take a comfort break, Please do that swiftly without making noise because you are disrupting the proceedings. Ka kopo hle re a le kopa bagaetsho. A re tsweng ka situ. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honorable Chief Whip.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke etse tlotlo ya ka e tonna ke lebise go president ya naga ya rona Cyril Ramaphosa. Ke tlotle gape tonakgolo ya Bokone Bophirima re Mokgosi le ditonakgolo tsa di-province tsa rona tse di leng gone fa ba busa kgotla ba rona ba di-province ba ba leng gone dime digolo tse di leng teng le maloko a ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya kgale di-province ba ba le teng le matona le ba botlhe ba ba leng teng mo ntlong ena ya rona go ya ka ditulo tsa bone tse di farologaneng. Modulasetulo, the 2026 National Council of Province Taking Parliament to the People mo profinseng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima takes place at a time jaaka president a tlhalositse go keteka the 30th anniversary of our constitution, which was adopted on that historic day, the 8th May of 1996 by the Constituent Assembly, which was chaired by President Ramaphosa, then as the chair of the Constituent Assembly. Happy this debate coincide as we move towards the 26 years of celebrating our democratic local government, which was formed on the 5th of December 2000, thus committing our government to ensure that we make our system of local government more developmental. Our constitution, jaaka President a tlhalositse our chair, is celebrated internationally as among the best in the world. It gave birth to this house, the National Council of Province, as a chamber of South Africa's democratic parliament, a representant the kgatlego tsa di-province mo platformong ya the national sphere of government. This makes a compelling case for this debate of the 2026 National Council of Province Parliamentary Week to celebrate and critically reflect on the role and position that the National Council of Province has played. Indeed, Honorable Chair, the President will remember that the ANC submission to the Constituent Assembly Steam Committee on Governance made a reflection on the National Council of Province institutional mechanism within the national legislature that should serve to integrate the system of provincial and local government in the national policy architecture. Honorable Chair, this finds concrete expression in Section 139 and Section 67 of the Constitution respectively, which empowers the National Council of Province to approve and monitor provincial intervention in local government administration. But more than that, Honorable Chair, it also makes space for representation of not more than 10 representatives designated by the organized local government in the proceeding of the National Council of Province. Honorable Chair, as the former President Mbeki contends, what distinguishes the National Council of Province from the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures is its location at the intersection of the three spheres of our system of democratic governance. The special powers assigned by the Constitution to the National Council of Province to mediate and arbitrate the intervention of provincial government in the local government is quite pronounced. We can bear a reflection on the good work that the National Council of Province did when we were faced with the intervention in the national municipality by the provincial government. Honorable Chair, as the 53rd ANC National Conference resolved, the more we strengthen integrated cooperative governance, the more we build a democratic developmental state. The National Council of Province is the only legislative chamber in our constitutional dispensation that is located at the cutting edge of the integrated cooperative governance. And in pursuance of this mandate, the National Council of Province has designed and adopted program e President a buileng ka yone ya go tsaya parliamentary isa ko bathong. Honorable House Chair, jaaka President a tlhalositse, the product of this week's Taking Parliament to the People will find expression in the work of the National Council of Province Select Committees, so that we are able to make a follow-up on the issues that were raised by our members. We need to elevate those issues to the APPs of the departments. Honorable Chair, we stand here today not in an ordinary debate of the House, but the special of its kind. E kgethegile ka gore report ya rona e reflecta mo di observations tse e leng gore di kgonne go di dira mo di submissions tse di dirilweng ke batho ba rona mo bekeng e ba tlhagisa experience ya bone ya matshelo a ba iphitlhelang ba le thata tse ga ona. This is special because as a representative of the people, we are debating this report about our people after listening to their voices and in their presence across age, across race, and also across gender and class. This is indeed a truly activist, responsive People's Parliament in action. Mr. President, through you, Chair, in the African National Congress, we present and debate this report with a firm belief that for the majority of our people in KK, the 30th anniversary of our Constitution is the story of hope, as it represents the collective heritage of resilience and victory, nation against adversity as demonstrated by a collective commitment and loyalty to the Constitution with its transformation vision and agenda to heal the historical injustices of the past, which inspires hope. On the other hand, there are challenges that we were able to observe and also reflect on as we embarked on our oversight visit. Indeed, we in the ANC entered this debate inspired by one of our own, the revolutionary legend of our anti-colonial struggle, the late president of the African National Congress, Oliver Reginald Tambo, who once said, "Ya monopola, tell the truth, only the truth, and even if it coincides with your adversaries." Honorable Chair, the African National Congress that you lead, President, with honor and dignity as a selfless servant of the people, is second to none in pursuit of the truth as a revolutionary virtue propagated by the late Oliver Reginald Tambo, even under the most difficult circumstances. Mr. President, I stay here confident that the story of the outstanding achievements of the South African government under the leadership of the African National Congress over the last 30 years will go down in the annals of history as unparalleled among the former colonized developing nations of the world for many generations to come. Indeed, the building of an inclusive, people-centered, transparent and accountable democratic local government is among critical achievements of the ANC-led government over the last 3 decades. Mr. President, we have broadened the provision of basic services, ditshwanale motlakase, metsi, le go naya batho sanitation facilities. By the way, in the past, the ANC has never shied away from taking responsibilities for unintended consequences of some of its policy choices including apologizing to our people of South Africa for such choices. As a people's movement, Honorable House Chair, with accumulated experience of 30 years of governance and a party of unparalleled superior vision to lead national democratic transformation, the ANC has embarked on fundamental policy reforms to fix local government, as the President has indicated. Jaaka tlhalositse review ya 1998 white paper, President o e tlhalositse sentle. So se tshwanetse re se tlhaloganye ke gore re batla go bona jaaka President tlhalositse re na le local government e le gore is professionalized, and ga se hela at local government level. Parliament, the President has assented to the bill, to the act, to turn the bill into an act of PAMA, and also the amendment to the Public Service Act. So the same attributes tse le gore ke di cornerstone tsa the amendment to the Municipal Systems Act, ke tsone tse le gore di mo amended Public Service Act le Public Service Administration. Honorable Chair, according to official reports, among the causes of the delays in certain areas that we have visited was the issue of disjointed planning. In certain areas, you will find that there are interventions that are made. An example of that is Matlosana N12. But at the same time, Matlosana N12, Kuma Hostel, baagi ba teng ba na le tenese ba le mo le ba letetse gore ba kgone go kry-a tulo e maleba. Se sengwe gape se batlang go se tlhagisa se se tlhokang a serious attention also ke Kompemot, ba e bitsa Dark City. So these are the areas that, Lord, upon our observation, it's a clarion call to us to ensure that the municipality plans are able to ensure that they speak to the agency that our people are facing. Mr. President, we can assure you that the National Council of Province has and continues to discharge its critical function of forging integrated cooperative governance. Therefore, the platform that we had with local government, with the provincial government, and also with the minister set a critical stage for us to be able to ensure that areas that were raised by our communities are indeed addressed. It's important that as the National Council of Province, we are able to continue with our work of generating evidence-based reports that flag potential and real challenges in terms of policy design and implementation, which it hands over to the National Executive through our interaction with the Select Committee. President, I'm sure that you will agree with us that critical policy issues that require robust and honest policy conversations is the issue of funding model of the local government in the light of the changing socio-economic landscape. The revision year 1998 white paper, but at the same time also, we are also mindful of the fact that National Treasury and the Financial Fiscal Commission are also seized with reviewing the interventions that is necessary to ensure that the issue of sustainability, municipal viability of our municipalities becomes a reality. Mr. President, you did highlight the issues around the state of local government. I will not go into that, but I think what is quite critical is the commitment that the government has made in terms of fixing local government. Mr. President, we have heard the cries of our people over the last 3 days about the state of public infrastructure due to lack of maintenance. At the same time, we are also mindful of the fact that the municipalities, in our interaction with them, did raise issues of plans that they have to address, the issues around maintenance, the issues around the deteriorating state of service delivery marked by persistent water and electricity outages, as you have correctly pointed out, Mr. President. Mr. President, our people want a permanent end to the challenges around clean governance and the issues around transparency and accountability, and also a permanent solution to fix local government so that we are able to restore it as a sphere of government that is at the coalface of service delivery. Honorable President will agree that the challenges also raised is the issues of violent criminality, and therefore, particularly from the Zamazamas. So it's an area that would need special attention also from the Minister of Police. Mr. President, Northwest and Northern Cape Province, as you have correctly pointed out, have over the recent weeks
As you round up, Honorable Chief
was
Whip.
ravaged by the devastating floods that have destroyed social infrastructure. And indeed, we appreciate the fact that Minister Hlabisa, through your leadership, Mr. President, has declared those areas as disaster. So therefore, on behalf of the African National Congress, Honorable Chairperson, we want to appreciate the leadership role that was displayed by the province, by local government, and also the cabinet ministers and also the deputy ministers that were with us to make sure that our work this week becomes a success. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. We are now proceeding to the next speaker, Honorable Adrianse from Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable President, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day, Dumelang. Cry, my beloved Northwest, cry. Cry for the people of JB Marks. Cry for Matlosana and the entire Kenneth Kahunda district. Mr. President, Section 152 of the Constitution makes it clear that local government exists to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in matters of local government. Local government was never meant to be distant, arrogant, or disconnected from the people. It was meant to be people-centered. It was meant to place communities first. Yet, across the Northwest Province, communities are asking a painful question. Where is the government when residents are suffering? As a resident of Northwest for more than 50 years, I can say without hesitation that what we are witnessing is not merely municipal dysfunction. It is a slow collapse, and sometimes not so slow, of dignity itself. Mr. President, I've seen communities forced to live in sewage spills, collapsing roads, unsafe infrastructure, power failures, and water shortages, or no water at all. In municipalities such as Matlosana, Joburg, to be more specific, and many other areas, residents navigate roads that resemble moon craters rather than streets. Families wake up to sewage flowing into their areas and their yards, in their houses. Businesses struggle to survive amid failing infrastructure and rolling power outages, leading directly to job losses. As crime escalates, convictions remain a pipe dream filled with sewer, all while basic municipal functions collapse. We must ask the difficult but necessary question. If this and these municipalities were businesses, who of you would invest in them? What successful institution survives without accountability, maintenance plans, consequence management, financial discipline, or competent leadership? No business can survive. Yet, ANC-run municipalities continue year after year with failed audits, endless excuses, blame shifting, and collapsing service delivery, while residents pay the price. The reality is, vulnerable residents are being failed by daily municipalities. If a resident does not break down, like during the past week, with a heart-wrenching plea over service delivery collapse, nothing gets done. Oversight visits by the NCOP, and such as Taking Parliament to the People, which costs a lot, should be to strengthen accountability. But too often, they have become opportunities for what I call the best fly halves in the country, because the blame shifting and sidestepping are Olympic level performances. Even worse is the Pinocchio syndrome. You know Pinocchio? His nose starts growing when he lies. Because the lies, the promises, the endless announcements of timelines and interventions, commitments are repeated, yet communities return home to broken service delivery. It is important that we realize that in Northwest, across the Northwest, the Auditor General exposed irregular expenditure, poor finance controls, and infrastructure failures. This is not just an administrative failure. It's a betrayal of constitutional obligations. Unfortunately, Mr. President, the reality is that residents in the Northwest are trapped in the perfect ANC storm of collapse. Failing infrastructure, rampant crime, sewer spills, power outages, water insecurity, and financial mismanagement, all feeding into one another while our communities lose hope. As Joseph's story warned, and I'm loosely refraining this, a feeble execution of our plans is but another phrase for a bad execution, and the government ill executed. Whatever the plan and promises may be, must in practice be a bad government. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. MEC Coxter, Eastern Cape, Honorable Williams.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of our National Council of Provinces, His Excellency the President of the Republic, Honorable Premiers of various provinces, Speakers and Deputy Speakers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, the President of SALGA, Executive Mayors, Traditional Leaders, Honorable Delegates and Members of the House, the people of Bokone Bophirima, Honorable Chairperson, this debate, as led by His Excellency the President, reminds me of our shameful past. which was steeped in separate development and where the black majority was governed by a government that was not based on the will of the people. The illegitimacy of the apartheid system and its attendant infrastructure distortions and spatial segregation are a stark reality that the ANC-led democratic government has to unbundle today due to systemic ostracization and lack of participation of the masses of our people during that time. These demonic race-based policies have contributed to the difficulties we face today in extending services to areas where previously there were no such services. Economic deprivation was also the cornerstone of the apartheid local government system, as townships were deliberately established very far from affluent white-only areas. Therefore, people's participation could not be imagined in that system. And it is only through the democratic government where our people, for the first time, were allowed participation in the affairs of their municipalities. The 1998 White Paper on Local Government presented a clean break in conceptualizing a local government system that was developmental in character, emphasizing working together with the people to allow them to participate in their own development. This was a blueprint towards the development of both the Municipal Systems and Municipal Structures Act, and later the Municipal Finance Management Act. These legislations presented for the first time the concept of public participation and people's budgets, and any deviation from these evinces non-compliance. The deliberate race-based system distortions in terms of spatial segregation, economic deprivation, and huge infrastructure backlogs, especially in rural areas, are today a weapon that is used against the democratic government to represent failure of our performance. But someone took a decision to come up with a system of apartheid racism that distorted the future of this country. It is under these difficult conditions where the democratic government has delivered basic services to the communities, regardless of the difficulties we're confronted with. In what Statistics South Africa described as a decade of progress and service delivery, our government has provided communities across South Africa with access to clean drinking water at 88.7%, sanitation at 80.5%, refuse removal at 67.1%, whilst electricity is at a massive 94.3%. Our provincial perspective, Honorable Chairperson, in terms of access to basic services, indicates that both Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela municipalities have above 97% access to drinking water, including Sarah Baartman district, and this reflects a mere 10% of communities that are located in those areas that still have demand for water. Chris Hani district has access to 87%, Joe Gabi 80%, and the backlogs remain a binding constraint towards progress in those two districts. Amatole district with 71%, Alfred Nzo 61, OR Tambo 54, reflecting historical backlogs and lack of access to bulk services in those district areas. Access to electricity is at 90% with a provincial average of 95%, and only about 7 to 10% people still have a need for electricity. But in areas like Sarah Bartman, our performance in terms of refuse removal and Nelson Mandela has shown an unacceptable 80% performance, because we would want to perform better in those two areas. These statistics describes that, albeit that we have encountered deliberate and man-made deprivations of services by other human beings, we have worked hard to bring services to those disadvantaged communities. In an effort to accelerate infrastructure development for all our municipalities, we have developed what we call the risk-adjusted strategy for the Eastern Cape municipalities. And this strategy is aimed to manage the whole value chain of project initiation, project feasibility, approval, procurement, and project management. It is through this implementation of this strategy that we have avoided returning much needed infrastructure funding in the past 3 financial years back to the national fiscus. The only municipality that struggles to achieve our goals being the Nelson Mandela Metro due to political instability that has impacted negatively on the performance and administrative stability of that municipalities. We are, however, busy with national COCTA, with deployment of 11 officials to support that municipality, and these efforts are based on our commitment to ensure that coalition instability does not affect the people of Nelson Mandela. The introduction of the ward committee system in local government since the early 2000s was a stepping stone towards a people-centered local government where members of the public are allowed to participate in governing themselves, working together with ward councillors. The development of 5-year integrated development plans and budgets to effect such plans are inexorably linked with the democratic government's philosophy of participatory democracy, where our people and communities work together with the municipalities to define their own destination. These mechanisms are such that no IDP or budget can be approved by any municipality without proof that communities have participated in those, and consultative local government system that is primed to deliver to our people is achieved. We have again, as the provincial government, introduced a booklet with a package of standard operating procedures that explains step by step how infrastructure must be maintained and what performance standards are expected from municipalities of the Eastern Cape. This booklet is called the non-negotiables, and this tagging, Honorable Chair, emphasizes that we expect no explanations as to why towns and cities are of Operation Vulindlela, which is a catalyst for municipal infrastructure development as our infrastructure in municipalities is dilapidated and unable to absorb the pressure of growing communities, resulting in exorbitant maintenance costs. A people-centered local government is an institution that is primed to deliver to communities. It's an institution that communicates effectively with the people when delivery challenges are confronted. It is a people-centered local government when it is well governed with good audit outcomes, which is able to account for financial management and resources at the disposal of the municipality. It is an institution that has the best interest of communities at heart and that can bring about trust to the people. This is the minimum we would want to achieve so we can fulfill the dream of a better life for all. As I step down and conclude, let me congratulate the People's Movement for winning Ward 20 in Matlosana. And this indicates that our people still believe in the ANC as an agent for change. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The next honorable member to participate in this debate is the Honorable MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation from the Free State, Honorable Sifuba, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates of the NCOP, Premiers here in present, members of Executive Council, Deputy Ministers, Councillors, Mayors, distinguished guests, Bomme, Libontate, Sichaba, Sabukoni Bupirima, Sichaba, sa South Africa, Kakakarezo. It is with greatest humility that I rise to deliver the statement on behalf of our Premier, Me Makwin Litsuha Matai, who could not be here because of other pressing matters that she had to attend to. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, guided by the clarion call towards open court, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities, close quote, as articulated by the Honorable President during his address to this August House. It is our considered view that we need to be reminded of some undeniable basic truths. In doing so, let us conduct a bit of a quick historical reflection. In his meeting with Che Guevara in Yugoslavia in 1959, Tito, as the then leader of Yugoslavia, shared the following advice to Che Guevara, who was a representative of a very young People's Revolutionary Government of Cuba, and I quote, "You will have a lot of trouble in your fight, but once you have overthrown the old regime, difficulties should not discourage you. It is harder to maintain power, but you will succeed if you persist. Of course, it is important that you do not make a big mistake now and that you go on gradually, step by step, taking into account the international situation, internal possibilities, and the balance of power. Some things you will need to keep for better times. You need to stabilize now," close quote. Echoing exactly the same sentiments, our own struggle liberation's heritage icon, President Oliver Reginald Tambo also forewarned us as follows, and I quote, "Comrades, you might think that it is very difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in power. I might be dead by then. At that stage, you will realize that it is actually difficult to keep the power than to wage a liberation war," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, as we reflect on the challenges that confront us, particularly at local government level, we therefore need to not wallow in self-pity and sorrow. We need to come to terms with the reality, as warned by the independence fighters, that transformation is not a mere walk in the park. You have to keep walking, you have to keep fighting, you have to keep struggling, because the transformations is not a once-off, it is a journey. And until we have reached what our own people were promised, the journey is not over. The above invocation of the stalwarts of the struggles for independence is cogent at this time when we celebrate 32 years of our democratic dispensation, as well as the 30 years anniversary of our Constitution. The journey we have traveled and the path that we continue to traverse as we continue to traverse into the future, indeed continues to be characterized by enormous headwinds. However, to be oblivious to the reality that much has changed and that a lot continue to be done to change the life conditions of our citizens would be to suffer from what Frantz Fanon characterized as cognitive dissonance. Honorable Chairperson, as the Free State, a microcosm of South African society with its own peculiarities, we are alive to and honest about these challenges that continue to confront us, particularly at local government level. These challenges can broadly be outlined as follows in what Ferre framed as solution-seeking pedagogy. Firstly, we need to address financial management capacity and capability in our municipalities. Necessary financial management skills have to be attracted, particularly to some of the peripheral and rural localities. Secondly, the consciousness around interconnectedness between governance and service delivery has to be inculcated or intensified. Municipal good governance and administration must be the bedrock upon which service delivery imperatives are constructed. Our municipal administrators have to be alive to this interconnectedness. Thirdly, prioritization of service delivery as a constitutional right of citizens, not by way of exercise, but must be seen as a mitigation against discontent and potential trigger for a revolt against the constitutional democratic state. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, while indeed there is a plethora of challenges that we are confronted with as outlined above, we will not suffer from cognitive dissonance by being oblivious to the concrete progress we have made. In coming to terms with the challenges as we have outlined them above, we do so in order to simultaneously determine solutions to those challenges in the problem-solving orientation. We therefore are proud to report the following milestones that we have recorded in our province as part of continuous quest to obliterate the historical legacy of about 4 centuries of colonial apartheid rule that we seem to be encouraged to forget about. We are pleased to report that we have since implemented all the recommendations of the Joint Oversight Committee since its visit to our province in July 2024. This includes imperatives of submission of annual financial statements of all the municipalities except 2 who could to meet the 31st August deadline of submission of annual financial statements. Section 139 interventions have been instituted in municipalities, among other imperatives, to address these challenges. Section 106 investigations were carried out in 1 municipality and disciplinary proceedings instituted to ensure consequence management. Where we have instituted Section 154 interventions, such as Kopanong local municipality, the municipality has continued to improve its key performance, and the number of paragraphs on material irregularities has decreased considerably since Section 154. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, audit readiness and performance has been prioritized through the appointment of 3 financial experts, and working sessions were conducted with municipalities in February and March 2026 to bring these municipalities up to scratch with audit and governance requirements. We are building on positive audit performance we have experienced in other municipalities. Ditlhabeng local municipalities improved from a qualified to an unqualified audit opinion. District municipalities in the Free State, including local municipalities, Tswelopele, Sitsoto, Pumelela, local municipalities have received unqualified opinions, and we are now challenged to move them to clean audits. On recovery plans and municipal performance turnaround strategies, we introduced some municipalities that includes Machabeng local municipality, which is one of the key municipality. The provincial government, together with National Treasury, has finalized its recovery plan. Honorable, as I conclude, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the challenges of the moment should not overwhelm us and make us not to see the tree from the forest and the forest from the tree. We must demystify the myth that it is all doom and gloom. The positive lessons from the milestone we have made in the Free State must serve as a beacon of hope for more, that more can be achieved. And indeed, more will be achieved if we all work together in unison and in conflict. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The next person on the order paper was from the Economic Freedom Fighters, and I'm told that he is not in the House. So we shall move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's the Premier of Gauteng, the Honorable Lusufi, for 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the Chair of NCOP, our Honorable President, Premiers and MECs present, the leadership of SALGA represented here by the President, Executive Mayors, traditional and religious leaders present, NCOP delegates, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Chair, on behalf of the Gauteng Province, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to participate in this debate. Our approach, unfortunately, today is to thank our Honorable President and appreciate him for the decisive interventions that he has made in our province in Gauteng. Honorable President, we asked you that illegal miners were creating havoc in our communities. We pleaded with you to send soldiers in our province. We come back to you, President, to thank you heartily. The soldiers have resolved our problem of illegal miners. Now order has been restored, Honorable President. And we want to make it clear, we are not against emerging miners, but we can't allow miners who misbehave and kill our people, and we don't even know where they come from in our province. So, President, we plead with you. Let's soldier on with the soldiers that we have. There must be no inch of illegal miners being tolerated in our province, because this country belongs to us and will never donate it to any other person who we don't know where they come from. Honorable President, we once more come to you to thank you. We asked you to establish a water crisis committee to tackle the challenges of water in our province. We are proud to report back to you, President, through the Deputy President and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. Last month, we opened the 26 million liters Brixton water tower that have now finally resolved the water challenges that we had in the middle of Johannesburg. And for that, we are grateful for our intervention, and we are also grateful for the presence of the ministers that we've deployed in our province. But Honorable President, we want to urge you, President. We want to urge you to enter the serious debate of undocumented foreigners in our country, Honorable President. Our cities, Honorable President, have seen unprecedented marches of citizens raising concerns about undocumented immigrants. Ours is to state this clearly, Honorable President. We refuse to be against all foreign citizens, but we agree that undocumented foreigners who entered our country legally must leave our country peacefully. Once more, President, we want to make it clear we are not against foreigners, but you can't tolerate people we don't know how they came in our country, what they need in our country, what they are doing in our country, and where they stay in our country, President. So, President, we urge you to enter the debate and allow us to ensure the new immigration laws and the immigration bill that is currently in public participation mode, that it must be utilized to be the final document to resolve this matter once and for all. And those that have given foreigners up until the 30th of June to leave our country we want to emphasize the point that this must be done orderly and through the processes of the law in our country. President, let me take this opportunity to thank you, President, for intervening with the Minister of Social Development. But we want to urge you, President, don't stop there, President. Don't stop there, President. There is a certain minister, President, that the country assigned him a task to develop an AI policy. He used AI to develop a policy of the country. Then they have the audacity to come here, Honorable President. There is a member here representing the Democratic Alliance, came here to say, cry the beloved Matlosana. She forgot to say, cry the beloved country where policies developed through artificial intelligence. But you want to go further than that, Honorable President. That the same minister that is developing an artificial intelligence policy of our country through AI, he wants to sell the security of our country by trying to scrap BEE so that their friends in America can come and invest here. We say no, President. We say no, President. Our country is not for sale. And that the policies of this country will be defended at all costs, whatever it takes, Honorable President. So don't stop there, President. There is another minister in the basic education sector who think that he can allow a company that was established 3 days to get a tender to print books for our children. Must not allow that, President. And we have to be firm against any form of corruption. These are the same people who are saying this government is corrupt. They come to government, instead of assisting us to fight corruption, they do corruption themselves. Will not allow that, President. And they must know we have a president that is decisive. We have a president that can intervene. and we have a president that can fire them if they misbehave, President. President, I want to take this opportunity to wish Bafana Bafana well as they go to the World Cup. We say to Bafana Bafana, Ndizani Bafana Bafana, bring that World Cup back home where it belongs. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Could you please return your seats and be silent? I'd like to remind the members of the public that are here that when you applaud during the person's time for speaking, you're actually taking away that honorable member's time to be heard. So I'll encourage you, although you appreciate what the member is saying, but at the same time, do not applaud so loudly that you are taking away that honorable member's time. The next honorable member to participate in the debate is the Honorable Premier from KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable A.T. Ntuli, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, His Excellency the President of the Republic, Honorable Ramaphosa, the Chairperson of the NCOP, fellow premiers, honorable members, representatives from SALCA, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, this debate takes place at a defining moment in our democratic journey. As South Africa enters the 2026 local government election year. This is significant because local government remains the sphere of government closest to the lived realities of our people. Local government elections are therefore far more than a constitutional event. They are a democratic accountability mechanism through which citizens assess leadership, demand better governance, and shape the future of their communities. That is why today's theme, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities, is both timely and urgent. A people-centered municipality is not defined by compliance reports, but by whether citizens feel heard, respected, and served with dignity. In KwaZulu-Natal, we understand clearly that local government is where the legitimacy of the democratic state is tested most directly. For this reason, the 7th administration deliberately shifted away from a narrow compliance-driven model towards one centered on performance, accountability, institutional resilience, and measurable developmental outcomes. 22 months into office, we can say, with humility and realism, progress is being made. The number of distressed municipalities in our province has declined from 7 to 2. Stable municipalities have increased to 21. No municipality is under Section 139 intervention compared to 4 a year ago. 37 municipalities achieved between 75% and 100% of their service delivery and budget implementation targets. Audit outcomes have improved significantly, with no municipality receiving a disclaimer audit opinion. These are important indicators of progress. But stability is not a transformation. 31 municipalities remain at risk, service delivery remains uneven, and public frustration remains real. Citizens judge government not by audit reports, but by lived experience. That is why our reform agenda must be measured not only by governance indicators, but by citizen satisfaction. Honourable members, our progress has been driven by differentiated intervention model. Municipalities face different risks, therefore require different forms of support. Through Section 154 of the Constitution, we have strengthened support where capacity can be rebuilt and intervened decisively where governance failure required stronger action. We have also seen the Presidential eThekwini Working Group enhancing stakeholders' collaboration. And indeed, in eThekwini, there are still challenges, but we have seen a significant, progress in terms of addressing issues in that metro in our province. And we thank His Excellency, the President, for the vision to establish such a strategic partnership to solve the problems in local government. We have also restored executive accountability. We have treated municipal performance not as an administrative issue, but as a strategic governance priority. Together with the Executive Council, we have instituted structured oversight performance platforms where municipalities account for governance failures, audit outcomes, and recovery plans. Just on Wednesday, 13 May, we have engaged 10 municipalities who are the major contributors to the UIFWE with an intention to find areas of support. We also understand that a truly people-centered local government must also be participatory. That is why we have strengthened ward committees, war rooms, revitalized Operation Sukumasake, and deployed municipal rapid response teams. 38 municipalities now have highly functional ward committees. 45 municipalities have operational rapid response teams. We have also deepened the integration of traditional leadership into governance. Approximately 98% of municipalities now have Amakosi participating in executive structures. In KwaZulu-Natal, this is not as symbolic. It is strategic governance rooted in community legitimacy, especially in rural development. However, we must be candid. Financial sustainability remains a major challenge. Weak revenue collection undermines service delivery. Debt owed to ESCOM and water boards continues to strain municipal finances. Water and sanitation infrastructure remains under severe pressure in many municipalities. Capacity shortages, governance instability, and administrative weaknesses persist, but we are responding decisively to all the challenges. We have strengthened financial oversight, introduced mandatory pre-audit reviews, expanded anti-corruption interventions, including ethical leadership codes and lifestyle audits. And we are professionalizing municipal administration to ensure capable ethical leadership. Honourable members, the future of local government cannot be built by government alone. It requires coordinated partnership, innovation, and long-term reform. Through the district development model, we are strengthening alignment across all spheres of government. Through partnerships with National Treasurer, ESCOM and water boards, we are addressing structural constraints. Through digital monitoring systems and integrated complaints platforms, we are modernizing accountability. And through our secondary cities program, we are repositioning towns as economic growth centers to decentralize development and unlock inclusive growth. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair, the experience of KwaZulu-Natal confirms that the renewal of local government is not simply an administrative task, it is a democratic imperative. The true test of people-centered local government is where municipalities are experienced by citizens as institutions of hope, delivery, accountability, and development. A people-centered municipality listens before communities protest, acts before crises deepen, manages public resources with integrity, and places the dignity of citizens at the center of governance. KwaZulu-Natal remains firmly committed to building municipalities that are capable, ethical, accountable, and responsive. And I must appreciate, on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, the leadership of His Excellency in our country, leading the GNU, that government is stable, the economy is stable, and hope is instilled in many citizens. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier Ntuli. The next speaker on the list is a member from the Mkhonto weSizwe Party, and I'm told that the Honorable Member is not in the House. So we move to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Mohai from Limpopo, who has 10 minutes.
Esteemed Chairpersonship of the NCOP, Your Excellency, our President Ramaphosa, Honorable delegates to the NCOP, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, Premiers present here, Speakers present here, MECs present, the President of SALGA, Mayors and Executive Mayors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am speaking here on behalf of my Premier, who is recovering well from the bout of flu, and on whose behalf I'm going to be participating in this debate. Lochan. In a timeless novel titled When Rain Clouds Gather, Busy Head reminds us that gathering rain clouds are not always symbols of destruction and despair, but often signals that renewal, hope, and new beginnings are on the horizon. Yet, it is during those very moments of gathering storms that the resilience of humanity, the strength of leadership, and the unity of communities are tested the most. Today, as we debate the important theme, and I quote, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities, we are reminded that local government must become the shelter that protects our people when the storms of life arrive. We must strive to make a positive impact in the lives of our people, and this is the standard by which our local government must measure itself. We can't agree more with what our President has just emphasized, that this is the center where everything is fixed. It is the basement if we were to be a building. Chairperson, the recent floods have left painful scars across many communities in Limpopo. Roads and bridges were destroyed, houses collapsed, families were displaced, and access to schools, clinics, and economic centers became severely disrupted. For many villages in all our districts, the destruction of infrastructure did not only inconvenience communities, but it threatened livelihoods and slowed economic activity. Farmers struggled to transport produce to markets. Small businesses lost customers because roads became inaccessible, and learners and workers faced dangerous journeys while ambulances and emergency services could not reach certain communities in time. So, working together with national government, municipalities, traditional leaders, and local communities, our province has already begun the rebuilding process through the disaster management grants and other provincial interventions. Roads are being repaired, bridges reconstructed, and temporary access roads established while permanent infrastructure is underway. So we remain resolute that no community will be left behind. This is made possible by our agreement with this hypothesis that local government indeed is not only the important sender, it is the coalface of accountability. And when it is holding together, all other spheres of government are able to implement interventions with ease, and we find it working so far. The challenge before us, therefore, Honorable Chair, extends beyond building climate-resilient infrastructure, but ensuring that mechanisms, especially quality assurance mechanisms, are built at local government level so that we can be assured of that the structures that are being reconstructed are indeed resilient. We have therefore ensured that local communities become part of the project, steering committees, labor fora, monitoring teams, and consultations from the beginning of the reconstruction projects until completion, because development imposed on communities without their involvement cannot truly be sustainable. This is to be led at local level by councillors and mayors, and our Premier is leading from the front to ensure that this synergy is established from the beginning. And as these projects get underway, local labor is prioritized, while youth, women, and small contractors are empowered through participation in construction and maintenance projects. Community members, on the other hand, are not only beneficiaries of development, they are also active partners in rebuilding their own community infrastructure. This is because local government must continue to strengthen its role as a catalyst for local economic development by creating an enabling environment for SMMEs and cooperatives to thrive. These enterprises remain critical drivers of economic growth, innovation, and job creation, particularly in rural and township communities where unemployment and poverty continue to affect many households. As government, we remain committed to expanding most of these opportunities so that young people can participate productively in the economy and contribute towards building sustainable and resilient communities. Chairperson, we are equally aware that for many communities, access to water remains one of the greatest daily challenges confronting them. Water is not a luxury. It is a basic necessity of life and fundamental human right. No person should walk long distances in search of water, nor sleep without access to this essential resource. So as a province, we have elevated water provision as one of the top priorities within our service delivery agenda. To strengthen coordination, accountability, and rapid response, water war rooms have been established across all municipalities to ensure focused attention aimed at improving water supply, monitoring challenges, and accelerating solution in affected communities. So the recent Water Summit held on 30 April marked a decisive national intervention to confront water challenges. And as a province, we fully align with the outcomes of that important gathering. Honorable Chairperson, a people-centered local government also requires ethical leadership, accountability, and responsiveness. So communities want leaders who listen, leaders who act, and leaders who understand the daily realities faced by ordinary citizens. As Limpopo Province, we remain resolute in strengthening ethical governance and intensifying the fight against corruption across all spheres of government within our province through lifestyle audits, stronger vetting processes for senior officials, and reinforced accountability mechanisms to ensure that public representatives and public servants uphold the highest standards of integrity. We have also developed strong governance structures to support an accountable and people-centered local government that municipalities perform in line with their intended objectives. This call to fix local government is a very serious one. And in heeding it, we first started to fix the provincial administration. And I can report to you, as we speak, in our province, there is no provincial department even the legislature, that has what we call qualified audit. All of them have unqualified audit reports, and 5 of them are clean. The challenge we have that our oversight mechanism that the legislature is calling to us is that how do you replicate the same? It is here as the MEC for Finance that my Premier has directed me to ensure that we live to that one. We don't go for clean audits for the sake of it. We don't want to have a compliance freak mentality, but to ensure that if financial systems are in place, good governance is in place, you will show that there will be service delivery. So as provincial treasury and other role players, we are responsible for promoting accountability through ongoing support to municipalities. We support and sanction. We start with support first, and then we sanction from there. We don't micromanage. We do what we are supposed to do to ensure that they too will join the bandwagon and ensure that every cent of public funds must be directed towards improving the lives of our people and accelerating service delivery. There is no room for allowing resources meant for roads, water, healthcare, schools, and community development to be diverted through corruption and malfeasance. Honorable members, I will not have done justice if I don't emphasize that leadership must never become distant from the people. Those entrusted with responsibility as councillors, mayors, and public representatives must remain firmly connected to the communities that elected them. So leaders cannot move away from poor communities and settle comfortably in affluent centers while the people they serve continue to experience hardship without visible leadership and support on the ground. So we take charge to ensure that they retain their addresses in most cases. We therefore reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that local government remains people-centered, developmental, and responsive to community needs through rebuilding all damaged infrastructure, addressing pressing issues affecting our people, empowering our communities, creating opportunities for economic growth and jobs, and building safer, stronger, and more sustainable communities for generations to come. As the rain clouds gather, may they not become symbols of fear and destruction, but remind us that together, through unity, responsive governance, and community participation, we can weather every storm and build a better future for our people. Pula.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We shall now move to the Leader of Government Business from Mpumalanga Province, the Honorable S.K. Mashilo, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, the House Chairperson, to our President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ramaphosa, whom we love you so much. I received the greetings from the people of Mpumalanga. Indeed, I debate on behalf of my Premier who could not make it because of other pressing matters. To honorable premiers that are here, to members of the NCOP community of Northwest Bukonobo Perima, good day. We gather during the month of May, a month of workers, a month of Africa solidarity, and a month that reminds us of the resilience of ordinary people across our continent. I rise in this debate, Honorable President, mindful that local government remains the sphere where citizens encounter the democratic state mostly directly. It is therefore our collective responsibility across all spheres of government to ensure that municipalities remain capable, responsive, and people-centered institutions. This debate is not only about municipalities, about the future direction of governance, development, and public confidence in a democratic institution as we approach the 2026 local government elections. Yet this year, the commemoration of Africa Month takes place against a difficult global backdrop marked by the geopolitical tension, rising fuel prices, instability in global markets, and ongoing conflicts that continue to affect economies across the world. This escalation of tensions involving the United States and Iran, together with conflicts in other regions of the world, may appear distant from the community in Mpumalanga. But this impact is felt directly by ordinary families when global oil prices rise, transport costs increase, food prices rise, small business come under pressure, that cost of the living becomes heavier for a working class household. It is the ordinary worker, the pensioner, the unemployed graduate, the small trader, and the commuter traveling daily to work who ultimately carry the burden of global instability. It's for these reasons that government must continue building a resilient local economy, strengthening infrastructure, expanding social services, and creating opportunities closer where people live. The theme before us today, ensuring a people-centered local governments towards building better communities, therefore speaks directly to the responsibility of government to protect communities, restore dignity, and create conditions for inclusive development. A people-centered local government is one that responds to the practical realities facing communities. It is the government that understands the service delivery is not abstract concept, but something that affects the daily dignity of our people. Honorable Chairperson, this reminds me a very important matter here. In 1929, the Carnegie Commission was established just to assess the poverty of the whites community, not the African, only the whites. In 1932, they concluded the report and they confirmed that over 300,000 whites live below the poverty level. The English government rejected that report until 1948, when the Nationalist Party took the same document and implemented it fully and made apartheid a document that they've implemented. Our people have to wait until 1994 when we change all these things and make everybody a beneficiary of government. So today, we are one nation that we must indeed appreciate. Bushbuck-Ridge, Honorable President, was formed in 1884 with no water. In 1926, Kruger National Park was established with a beautiful tar road, including Manyeleti. Our people have no road to travel in the area. No water, nothing. That has to wait us until 2021 and 2001, when we established Inyaga Dam, and 2005, we gave the people of Bushbuck-Ridge water. In Mpumalanga, we remain firmly committed to build municipalities that are responsive, developmental, ethical, and capable of improving the everyday lives of our people. Honorable members, despite global uncertainty and economic pressures, Mpumalanga continued to position itself as a province of growth, investment, and opportunity. We heard you very well, Honorable President. One of the most significant developments in our province is the establishment of Mpumalanga International Food Produce Market, which is indeed expected to be open in this first quarter of the year. This development will not only strengthen food security and agricultural trade in the province, but is expected to create opportunity of almost 100,000 indirect jobs and 156 permanent jobs after that. For many young people and emerging farmers, this project represents more than infrastructure. It represents access to markets, economic participation, income generation, and a hope for a better future. In further advancing agricultural development, the provincial government has just signed an MOU involving the University of Mpumalanga and the partners from China to establish what we refer to a hybrid rice farming program in the province. This initiative has a potential to create approximately 380,000 jobs, opportunities across the agricultural value chain, while improving the food production, agricultural innovation, and indeed skills development. This intervention demonstrates that a people-centered government must not only provide services, but also create conditions for community to participate meaningfully in the economic activity. As a province, we believe people given opportunity, they can develop by themselves. Honorable Chairperson, education remains one of the most powerful instruments for breaking the cycle of poverty and inequality. The provincial government therefore remains firmly committed to expand access to quality education infrastructure, particularly for rural and vulnerable communities. During this financial year, the government will build 10 new schools, including a dedicated school for the deaf learners. This investment forms part of our broader commitment to improve access to education and ensuring that no child is left behind because of disability, poverty, or a geography. We have also expanded the constructions of a boarding school in rural municipalities, having realized that our kids in the rural communities, they deserve equally better like any other persons. This is the government of the ANC. We leave no one behind. For many families, these boarding facilities are restoring dignity, improve learner safety, increase school attendance, and create a better condition for academic performance. Indeed, we are looking not less than 90% pass come to the end of this year. This progress reflects the dedication of educators, learners, parents, and government working together to build a capable and educated society. Honorable members, people-centered government must also invest in health and well-being of its citizens. During this financial year, government will construct 4 new clinics to improve access primary healthcare services in community. We are also continuing with our program in terms of the major health projects. Lina Malachi Tertiary Hospital remains a priority project, while the Mpungwe Psychiatric Hospital project has almost done and will be start to work in very soon. The Kinyabela District Hospital in Steve Tshwete Municipality is completed, operational, improved healthcare access for surrounding communities. Mapulaning Hospital Phase 2 is completed, and we have now started with Phase 3 in Mapulaning. That's been pushed back, Honorable President. Where our people had no services before, they will equally have the healthcare center. Honorable Chairperson, Mpumalanga remains a youthful province. We therefore recognize its importance of sports creation, arts, culture in youth development. And for that reason, 5,000-seater indoor sports arena aimed at promoting indoor sporting codes and creating opportunities for the young talent is already underway. In this financial year, we shall have that. We mean business in the province. More northwest. At the same time, the provincial government continues to invest directly in the youth economic empowerment. Through the Premier's Youth Development Fund, more than 320 youth companies have been funded. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mashilo. The next participant in this important debate is the Honorable Sitole for 15 minutes. Job.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Let me first greet the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mary Filwe Tsipani, President of the country, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Kavenda, Chief Whip of the Council, Honorable Moima, House Chairpersons, Honorable Khadebe and Honorable Raida, Ministers and Deputy Ministers that are present here today, Premiers that are here, Kinopole Felare Lazarus Blackhead Mokhosi, Speaker of Legislature Dr. Mohono, and MECs that are here, executive mayors of districts and local municipalities, and speakers also of all the municipalities, all councillors and traditional leaders present, most importantly, baagi, ba Dr. KK Dumelang. Over 70 years ago, our people gathered in Kliptown, drafted and adopted the Freedom Charter, which is the foundational document for our struggle against the apartheid system. In that gathering, they declared that people shall govern. One of the most important clauses of the Freedom Charter was that there shall be houses, security and comfort, affirming the people's right to decent housing. As South Africa celebrated 30 years of our democratic constitution, a document anchored on the Freedom Charter, we must reflect and introspect. This constitution was crafted to bring hope, restore dignity, and secure a better life for all South Africans. It further encourages us to improve the quality of life of all citizens and to free the potential of every person. The question we must ask ourselves is whether, through our daily actions and through our oversight visit here as the NCOP, we have indeed moved the needle in the effort to free a potential of each person in South Africa. Honorable President, the democratic government has made significant progress in delivering on the constitutional promise of decent housing, with more than 5 million housing opportunities provided across South Africa since 1994. While much more remains to be done, we must reflect on the context in which human settlement delivery takes place. The deep wound of apartheid spatial planning, deliberately designed to enforce racial segregation and placing white residential and business areas in central, well-resourced locations, while relegating black, colored Indian communities to peripheral townships, remains visible more than 30 years into democracy. Areas such as Kuma and Kanana remains painful reminder of the cruelty of apartheid spatial planning. As we conclude this Taking Parliament to the People program, we must reassure that the Bakulule Mabaso from Kuma that we have heard his plea for agency, delivering quality human settlement, not only for the people of Dr. KK, but the community across the country. Honorable Andranse said here, cry my beloved country. Now I'm still searching for the word of a person that puts you into misery and they come back, they act as if they rescued you. Honorable Chairperson, during the course of this week, we heard first-hand concern from Kuma members regarding a blocked project. Mefrida from Kuma Extension 6 told us that she has been waiting for a house since 2006. 20 years later, she still enjoys the indignity of living in a shack. Honorable members, this is not the hope of our constitution that we have promised. Again, Honorable Jandri, we have missed you during our oversight on this Taking Parliament to the People. But you come here and you talk as if you were part of the delegation that was going around. But anyway, re leboga motho o go tlotletseng gore re ntse re kopana le eng fa fatshe fa. Mme ke go tshepitse gore go te maraganela a bana ba mpa ga a tsenwe. MEC Molapisi, the commitment made in this August House that the department has reprioritized 80% of its budget this year towards completing blocked houses must not remain merely a promise. It must become a lived reality for our people. NCOP e tla boela kwano mo profenseng ya Bokone Bophirima. Re solofela gore ga re tla re tla bona diphetogo le ditshepiso tse di dirilweng fa gore di a diragala. While we welcome the prioritization of budget to complete block project, it is equally important to ensure effective consequence management against contractors who fail to deliver on their obligation. Honorable President, go na le baagi ba ko Khuma. Baagi ba ko Khuma ba ba tswang ko hostel ya gale e re ba ntshitseng ko go yone ka 2014. Ra ba isa ko tulong e re bitsa gore ke New Village. Ra re mo go bone re batlile go dula only 6 months. Ba iphitlhela today ba dutse 11 years mo go yone. Me ke seemo se sa tshwanela gore se ka se diragala. E fela re le African National Congress re ntse re ba tshepisa gore re tlile go tla mme ke itumela gore o teng gompieno ebile ra gopotsana le ka yone. The living conditions faced by our people in these temporary structures are heartbreaking and require urgent intervention. Families continue to enjoy inadequate shelter, overcrowding, and conditions that undermine their dignity and quality of life. I am confident, Honorable President, that you will direct all spheres of government to urgently intervene and ensure that today's long outstanding housing project is finally completed for the benefit of the resident of Khuma Hostel. Ibile ko go tshepise gore baagi ba ko hostel ba hema ANC ba phela ANC. It is unacceptable that contractors are allowed to cause undue delays in which in turns lead to escalate project costs without being subjected to appropriate corrective measures and accountable mechanism. A culture of non-performance without consequence undermines service delivery, erodes public trust, and weakens the credibility of government programs. Honorable members, municipalities remain the spheres of government closest to the people and to service delivery. The challenges facing these spheres cannot be overstated, as weakness within the municipality directly affected the quality of life experienced by our communities. The ANC is well aware of all the challenges facing local government, and we have decided that no one of the critical tasks for 2026 is to fix government and improve the basic services. We are aware that there is a lack of suitable and well-located land for low-income housing, and the inability of the municipality to find a solution has aggravated the housing backlog and lead to delays in finding a permanent solution for resettled communities. Honorable Chairperson, we welcome progress in refurbishing water waste treatment plan within the city of Matlosana. Functional water waste treatment plan are not only essential for service delivery, but also critical for environmental preservation and public health. Honorable President, we commend you for the decisive directive to review the white paper on local government. This intervention will hopefully remove the structural obstacles that have hampered the effectiveness of local government and delivery quality services to our people. Honorable members, we live in an era of global warming and climate change, which requires municipalities to develop effective climate adaptation strategies. These include investing in the resilient infrastructure such as flood-resistant roads, enhancing water security, integrated climate adaptation into integrated development plans, and building institutional capacity within local government to implement climate resilience measures. Honorable President, the decision to broaden the mandate of the Department of Human Settlement from narrow focus on housing to a more holistic approach of human settlement was both necessary and progressive. Ntate Mosimane gape Mathebula of Ikageng 20, we have heard your call that government must do more to ensure access to basic services such as water, sanitation, road, electricity, and schools, so that human settlement are developed in a holistic and dignified manner. In line with this call, I appeal to the MEC of Human Settlement in the Northwest to urgently honor the commitment made to the disabled gentleman in Jacaranda that he will be prioritized for housing. Honorable members, municipality will only be effective if they create a conducive environment for economic development and growth. Many communities continue to experience the harsh realities of unemployment and poverty on a daily basis. It is with this context that we raise concern regarding the stalled and Urban Blues International Gas to Power project, which was envisaged not only to contribute towards electricity security, but also to create a much needed job opportunities for the youth of the city. The municipality, working together with the provincial government, must move with speed to ensure that this important project is realized. Community cannot continue to wait while opportunities for economic growth and employment remains delays. The delays caused by rezoning and transfer of the land, environmental rehabilitation requirements, and outstanding provincial approvals needed for the project to proceed must be finalized. In conclusion, I urge all government officials at all spheres of government to roll up their sleeves and work tirelessly to realize the promises of the Freedom Charter. Let us recommit ourselves to the pledge to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, until the democratic changes here set out have been won. Let us work to restore our people's dignity. Our people demand no less, and we dare not fail them. Nakensa.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole, for your input. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Councillor Stofile, the President of Salga.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Chair of the session. Special greetings to the Chair of the NCOP. The greetings to the President of the Republic, or President General of the Joint Forces in the Republic, the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the parliamentary committees that are present here, and of course, special greetings to the premiers of our province, the MSCs that are present here, the Salga National Executive Committee members, and the Chair of the Northwest Province of Salga. It is once again my honor, on behalf of the collective leadership of organized local government and the sphere of local government, to contribute towards the debate in the President's annual address to the NCOP during the occasion of this week program, Taking Parliament to the People. In this beautiful province of Northwest, which is rich with an endowments, but poor that those endowments do not benefit them, the populace of this area. As we gathered here today, we continue to witness the scale of the threat posed by the climate change and the impact that it has on the lives of our communities. The extensive wildfire a few months back and now severe storms are all confirmation of the threat posed by climate change. As the collective of local government at local and national and provincial level, it requires to work together. We must give greater consideration to combating climate change and fundamental change our perspective approach with regard to planning of the climate change. We must reaffirm our call for greater collective climate action. Our thoughts are with our people in the province of the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and most recently in the Northwest province. Disasters such as severe flooding, droughts, and wildfires severely crippled municipalities by destroying essential infrastructure, depleting financial reserves, and disrupting basic service delivery. These events strained local budgets, forces emergency redeployment of staff, and trigger systemic challenges that take years to repair. It is during these moments that we must acknowledge, respect, and reject any notion that there is a general lack of appreciation from municipal officials and councillors. While many officials and councillors work diligently, often and in difficult conditions, the public perception is frequently overshadowed by systemic failures. It is therefore our responsibility as organized local government to be the voice of reason and use moments such as these to display our diligence. The Constitution of the Republic entrenches local government as a fully fledged sphere of government in a system of cooperative governance in which the three spheres are distinct yet interrelated. This week, as Parliament, through the National Council of Provinces, in partnership with the province of the Northwest Government and municipalities in this province, in the Kenneth Kaunda district, descended in the city of Matlosana and engaged with the people. One reality we must accept is that these conversations took place with ordinary people from a local government community level, a space where the will of the people finds most expression through the direct elections of mayors in rendering service to our communities. A space where councillors as public office bearers cannot hide from ordinary people under the guise of blue lights, bodyguards, and high electrical fences walls. A space where there are no office hours and yet very little appreciation and reward. A space where those speaking from a privilege find it convenient to pass the buck, if not pass the blame. A space where public service is a curse, where criminal elements visits us at night, when we are at our most vulnerable time, when we are spending times with our families and loved ones, to eliminate or attempt to scare and intimidate us, a space where our obituaries are read too often, a space where dedicated warriors, people servants who had dedicated their lives to serving others were selflessly devoted and fearless in putting the interest of their people above their own, had their lives cut short. And here we are reminded of Councillor Jimmy Muhlala, Moses Big Moses Maluleka, Muzi Manyati, and Ngobi Mulefe, to mention but the few, a space where many of us continue to take the responsibility of public office as reliable and committed leaders, despite the curse. Chair of the session, as the sphere of local government is the closest one to the people, we plead for your intervention and the intervention of this House in ensuring that appropriate application of support by provincial and national governments to local government to perform functions and discharge their duties and responsibilities. It is our considered view that not much has been done to diligently give effects to Section 154 support, but instead observe an unprecedented state of inappropriate invocation of Section 139 intervention. Some perpetual since time immemorial, whilst others have not been assisted with capacity since the 2021 elections. Instead, directly imposed with Section 139 intervention, even in the instances where Section 154 support intervention will be the most appropriate type of intervention. Chair of the session, with this context, where government has for the past 26 years introduced numerous interventions to improve the functioning of municipalities with very minimal success, should we not instead use the opportunity presented by the review of the white paper on local government to examine the fiscal architecture, the powers and functions, accountability, and that service ethos should underpin the remodeling of the local government system in the Republic. Our considered view is that the challenges facing us to redress poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment can only be addressed through a concerted efforts by government acting as a whole in all spheres, working together and integrating our actions in the provisions of services and development of our communities. Ultimately, the three spheres must together provide effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government for the public, for the Republic of South Africa. And therefore, we are in agreement with you that banks and insurance must play a role in making sure that the financial viability of municipalities is realized. A vehicle, when it hits a pole, a poor mayor that is blamed today and tomorrow had to steal money somewhere in the budget to fix the pole that have been hit by a vehicle. As we march towards the 6th democratic local government elections on the 4th of November, as was pronounced by the President General this year, it is our view that local government has had a profound impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans in expanding the provisions of services to our people. While it is true that several serious and complex challenges persist in many of our municipalities, by and large, local government has delivered quality services and a better life. The majority of our people, as confirmed by the official statistics, it tells us the story of the journey of the transformation. As I draw to conclusion, Chair, I once again stand before you on behalf of the leadership collective of organized local government and the local government leaders from all our municipalities throughout the country and pledge our positive response as we embrace the spirit of citizens' activism. Our communities look up to us in this period of need, difficult and complex as it may be. President Nelson Mandela always encouraged us when he launched SALGA that once implored on us to use our freedom to light the path to a more humane, more caring society. He demanded that we lift our sights far into heroism, that we use our voices to proclaim our freedom. Close quote. In turn, our history taught us that we need to be courageous and resilient, that we embrace the challenges, that we be strong, that we be confident, that we be humbled, that we be patient and focus to the ball. As we now reflect on the past few days, as we attempt to answer many questions provided, clarities and mistake contributions, let me conclude, as I have recently done on many platforms, by quoting a very important quote, a Burkina Faso leader. Our revolution is not about public speaking, tournament. Our revolution is not about a battle of fine phrases. Our revolution is not simple, not spouting slogans that are no more than signals used by manipulators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stofile, for your input. But what I like to bring to the attention of the delegates is that this mic does not respond. It does not work when that mic is on, not with the speaker on the podium. So I'll request the delegates to be watchful of the time which they are allocated to, because Rule 60 was crafted intentionally so that the time can be shared equitably. The next speaker who's invited to the podium is the Honorable Premier of Bukoni-Bupirima, L.K. Muhosi.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. The Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mary Filwe Tsipane, Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Les Govender, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desmond Mohono, all premiers from different provinces, the Chief Whip of the National Council of Province, Tate Kenimwimang, the Chief Whip of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, honorable members of the NCOP, special and permanent delegates, MECs present here today, House of Traditional Leaders, Executive Mayor of Matlosane, the city, Executive Mayor of the district, Medikwenu, all senior management of government, President of Salga, and the Chairperson of the Northwest Salga. Kali dumedisa bogolo jang ba gaetsho ba mo Dr. KK baagi ba rona ba Northwest dumelang. I'll also just have a different chair of the session, like I normally do when I address the NCOP. Because I'm the hosting premier, I'll be a little bit focused and not be all over. But let me start by saying that we are also excited, and we thank you very much, the chair of the NCOP, for bringing Parliament to the people, and you decided to bring it to the Northwest Province. And we thank you very much. As our people are excited and they are happy that government is here, and they also get the feel to sense and how Parliament works. And thank you very much for that decisive decision. President, also we want to thank you, like we want to follow what Gauteng has said, that we also asked you personally. And I remember when I went to see you in Pretoria, I said, can you please expedite the intervention to bring soldiers to the illegal mining that is taking place in the Northwest? We also say thank you very much for your response. And it was a swift response. We are very happy for that. President, also want to tell you today that the heavy rains that took place in this country, and in particular in this province, also had a very serious impact in the lives of our people. Schools were disrupted. Our daily lives were also disrupted. People could not access their amenities and their medical care and clinics and hospitals. People were displaced and so forth. Some of our people in our communities died. And we want to say the provincial government, through its disaster center, is on the ground. Assessments are made. We are going to report to you nationally, but we would expect a swift response in terms of intervention and assistance as a province. President, we just want to officially say your government is with the people, is on the ground, and therefore they are doing their work. President, there was a cry-beloved country and Matlosane. On Wednesday, in Ward 20 in Matlosana, there was a by-election. 80% of the people of Ward 20 voted the African National Congress. Some of the people who come here, they were not even participating in the election. I want to say to you, President, that vote is a vote of confidence. It's a vote of people who are saying, the leader of the society, which is the ANC, understand our challenges, they understand our situation, they understand our circumstances, and they are committed and resolute. They will resolve our challenge and our problems. So I'm saying, people of Matlosana, they still have confidence in the party that calls the African National Congress. Honorable Chair, today's event marks the
final day of a week-long engagement with the residents of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality on the visit of the National Council of Provinces. Today's sessions held under the theme, and I quote, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building a better communities, affirms our ongoing efforts to live up to the ideals and objectives of our national democratic project. This includes building a capable, ethical, and developmental state that can drive job creation, reduce poverty, address inequalities, and tackle high cost of living. As we execute this mammoth task, we are reminded of the words of a revered leader of our continent, Julius Nyerere, when he said, and I quote, if real development is to take place, the people have to be involved, unquote. This assertion by Nyerere is given impetus by the preamble of our Constitution, which impresses upon us to prioritize the dignity of our people by improving their quality of life through building better communities. Bagaetsho, we have heard your cries, Bagaetsho ba rona ba mo Matlosane in particular. We have heard your concerns and your proposed solutions. We understand your frustrations, and we are hard at work to turn the tide against a litany of challenges raised during the entire week. In bolstering these efforts, particularly in bringing about administrative stability and sound financial management in Matlosana, we have recently implemented Section 139, subsection 5 and A of the Constitution through the deployment of a provincial executive representative to assist with a financial recovery plan. Amongst others, we are focused on the enhancement of the revenue collection. We also focus on improving the financial control mechanisms in the municipality. We are also insisting on a funded budget, and we are also focusing on reduction of the unauthorized fruitless expenditures and so forth. We also recently, President, invoked Section 106 in the municipality to investigate, and the report is out, and as provincial government, as we speak, encouraged by our priority to uproot corruption, secondly, to build a capable and ethical state, we are implementing, President, all the recommendations which are coming from the 106 report. This is primarily aimed at ensuring that the municipality, President, meets its financial commitment and roll out an uninterrupted provision of services to residents. We believe that this intervention will culminate into what we have managed to achieve in one of our municipalities called Cyril Ramaphosa local municipality in Ngaka Mudiremolema. We managed, following years of instability in that municipality and stagnation, to stabilize the municipality. As previously indicated, Infrastructure South Africa has officially, based on the performance and the assessment of that municipality, adopted this municipality and several projects, President, in the form of roads projects, water projects, and sanitation will be rolled out from September this year in Ramaphosa. A similar approach, President, is being touted for Matlosane municipality. And once we are convinced that Matlosane is out of the woods, a solid business case will be consolidated for consideration by Infrastructure South Africa and other developmental institutions. Honorable President, we can report to this House that the much anticipated Provincial Growth and Development Strategy has been officially launched to boost investor confidence and accelerate growth and create jobs in the province. While we acknowledge...
Honorable Premier, on the note of the provincial growth strategy, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Billy, a delegate from KwaZulu-Natal, the province of the rickshaws.
The Honorable House Chair, Honorable President, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. This week, as we bring Parliament to the people of the Northwest, we have not just heard statistics and presentations. We heard the pain, the frustration, and disappointment of ordinary South Africans who feel abandoned by the very government that promised them dignity and a better life. Residents told us about transformers that burn every time it rains, leaving communities without electricity for weeks. Mothers cannot cook, children cannot study, small businesses cannot survive. We heard about cable theft that has become so common that darkness itself has become normal. Communities live without functioning streetlights, while crime continues to rise and municipalities fail to respond. We heard about informal settlements growing faster than municipalities can manage, while illegal electricity connections continue placing enormous pressure on collapsing infrastructure. We heard from young people in Matlosana who are not asking for handouts. They are asking for skills, for jobs and opportunities. They want a mining school in one of the country's biggest mining regions so they can participate meaningfully in the economy instead of sitting unemployed while politicians make empty promises. But perhaps most heartbreaking of all, Mr. President, is that we witnessed a government that has simply stopped caring. One of the most painful oversight visits this week was to the Klerksdorp wastewater treatment works, a plant designed to process millions of liters of sewage every day has completely collapsed. Honorable President, this is not governance, this is neglect. This is what happens when corruption, when cadre deployment, when incompetence and political arrogance become the foundation of government. Mr. President, we also visited health facilities where another crisis is unfolding. The Health Oversight Group found clinics terrorized by illegal taverns and shebeens operating nearby. At Kanana Clinic, the situation is so severe that the clinic building itself has bullet holes from violence linked to tavern operating right next door. Imagine that, Mr. President. Patients seeking health care in a building marked by gunfire. Health workers are expected to serve communities while operating under intimidation and danger. And the law is very clear. Alcohol may not be sold within 500 meters of a clinic. So the question is, where is the liquor board? Where are the police? Why are municipalities failing to enforce bylaws? Why are these illegal taverns allowed to destroy communities and undermine healthcare facilities? Mr. President, these illegal taverns must shut down immediately. The ANC has broken local government in many parts of this country, and the people know it. But fellow South Africans, there is also something else we witnessed in the Northwest, and that is hope. Because communities are beginning to realize something important. It does not have to be like this. When the DA governs, things work better. And that is not a slogan. It's a proven reality. In Cape Town, residents receive some of the best basic services in the country. The president has said it before. In Umgeni, local ministry, to serve people, not politicians. To serve people, not politicians. The DA fixes roads instead of stealing road budgets. The DA repairs infrastructure instead of allowing it to collapse. The DA appoints qualified people instead of politically connected cadres. The DA governs with accountability, urgency, and transparency. And most importantly, the DA respects the people who pay for government. Mr. President, the people of Northwest are not asking for luxury. The people of Northwest, they are not asking for stacks of dollars. They are asking for electricity, for clean water, for safe clinics, for working sewage, for safer streets, opportunities for their children. These are not impossible demands. They are minimum expectation of a constitutional democracy. But after decades of ANC government, many communities still live as though a functioning democracy never arrived. To the people of Northwest and South Africa, you are not trapped. You are not powerless. Through your vote, your communities can work again. But don't take my word for it. Take the president's word, who acknowledged that the DA governs municipalities better. I thank you.
All right, can the House be in order, please? We are running behind schedule. The House is running behind schedule. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Farmer from the Western Cape.
Before you start my time, Chair, with your permission, I would like to inform the House of an elderly lady on Wednesday crying in this passage for the sewage at her house that's not being solved. She told us of the number of places that she went to for assistance and help never came. The chairperson of that session, Honorable Bones Modise, called her to the front and told her to go to the MM, give her details so that we can follow up. Mr. President, last night we received pictures of brand new sewage being installed at that lady's house. This is the difference that taking Parliament to the people can produce. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, honorable members, but most of all, honorable people of this beautiful province. It's a shame that the DA must use a brilliant young man to lie. If you talk about sewage running down the streets, I can take you to Wallisdean in Cape Town. I can take you to Philippi in Cape Town. This beautiful run province of the Western Cape needs to be put under administration because of the failure of building houses for their people. Close to R1 billion has been sent back to national government for not delivering houses. We are gathered here today not just to discuss logistics, but to discuss dignity. In 1994, a promise was made to the people of this country, a promise of a better life, of functional, accessible, and dignified services. Today, over 30 years into our democracy, we must be honest. For too many of our citizens, that promise remains unfulfilled. We see it in the protests, we hear it in the complaints, and we feel it when basic infrastructure fails. The problem isn't just a lack of resources, it's a crisis of attitude. It is a shift from the servant leadership model of Batu Pele toward an inward-looking bureaucratic culture. Today I call for a radical, immediate change in mindset from each and every public servant. Too often citizens are treated as a nuisance rather than the reason for our employment. We have witnessed a disconnection between the political administrative interface, where officials at the coalface feel disempowered or unmotivated to serve. Changing the attitude means moving away from "I am doing you a favor" to "it is my duty to assist." It means eliminating the silo mentality where departments fail to communicate and replacing it with an integrated, collaborative approach to solving problems like water leaks, potholes, and power failures. A professionalized, ethical, and capable state cannot exist without a public service that takes pride in its work. We must change from a culture of apathy to a culture of empathy. We must move from being bureaucrats to being change makers. Service delivery is the cornerstone of our social contract. When it fails, social cohesion breaks down. When it succeeds, democracy thrives. Let us rebuild trust. One interaction, one service complaint, one repaired pipe at a time. Let us stop working for the government and start working for the people. Mr. President, Munibaizani, salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer, for your input. Honorable delegates, the front desk is now disrupting the house. That front desk is disrupting the house. All right, without further ado, honorable delegates, I've got pleasure in announcing the presence of the Khoisan community in our midst. They are heartily welcome as part of the community of Bokoni Bophirima. We really appreciate their active interest in the issues of the province. So the next speaker on the podium is going to be the Premier of the Northern Cape, the province of the Orange, Honorable Saul.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the session. Let me take this opportunity to greet the National Chair of the Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Tsipane, and let me also greet His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa. I saw other premiers were bragging about winning by-elections. I thought it would be amiss of me if I don't do the same. We have just won a award from a civic movement and gained full control of Siatemba municipality in the Northern Cape. We also doubled our electoral support in a historically DA-dominated ward. Let me greet the Deputy Chair and greet the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, and let me greet all the traditional and religious leaders. And because of time, Honorable Chair, let me then stand on the established protocol. It is with profound sense of appreciation that I welcome the address delivered by the President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa. Comrade President, despite all the seemingly insurmountable challenges, the country is moving forward in a right direction. As your soldiers, we remain undeterred with unflinching resolve and commitment to improve the quality of lives of the people of this country and my province. The theme of this debate, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities, relates directly to the daily lived realities of the 1.4 million people in the Northern Cape that account for almost 400,000 households. To give account of the transformation journey since 1994 is telling a story of change. In 1995, only 36% of households in the province had access to piped water in their dwellings or in their yards. Today, 82% and 14% have access to community standpipes. In 1995, Honorable President, 31% of households have access to flush toilets and connected to public sewage system. Today, 73% of households have got access to flush toilets, and 16 are using modern ventilated pit latrines. In 1995, only 42% of households had access to electricity, and today, 95% of households have access to electricity in the province. In 1995, only 18% of households had waste removal once a week. Today, 77% of households have their waste removal removed every week. In 1995, Honorable President and honorable members, 52% of households were informal. Today, only 13% of households are informal in the Northern Cape. All of this is because people chose the party of Oliver, Reginald Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Thabo Mbeki, and now Cyril Ramaphosa to bring about these changes. With this positive development trajectory, the call should be rise the beloved country. A call to action and hope rather than a misplaced lamentation, cry the beloved country. Distorting Alan Patton's 1948 novel, which was meant to expose the human cost of apartheid. So the honorable member vulgarized the brilliant work of Alan Paton. Alan Paton was a white anti-apartheid activist and was never an apartheid apologist, as many leaders of the DA. Honorable Chairperson, as a former student of African literature and diaspora, who extensively studied the work of Alan Paton, I want to assist the honorable member with most relevant quotations.
Just a minute, Honorable Premier. Please, there's a lot of noise on this side. Let us give the Premier a chance to make his presentation. Over to you, Premier.
So, Honorable Chairperson, as a former student of African literature and diaspora, who extensively studied the work of Alan Paton, I want to assist the honorable member with the most relevant quotation from the book, Cry the Beloved Country. This is what Alan Paton said about apartheid. I quote, "It is a tragic compound of an immoral ideal of racial division and fearful practice," I close quote. In the same novel, he goes further to say, I quote, "I see only one hope for our country, that is, when white people and black people come together to work for it," I close quote. Honorable Chairperson, we intervene decisively in municipalities based on our 10-point turnaround plan. The plan focuses on stabilizing municipalities. One such example is the intervention in Solplaatje municipality. The Section 139 intervention is directed at restoring administrative stability, strengthening governance system, improving infrastructure maintenance, and rebuilding public confidence in the municipality. Through the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, all 25 local municipalities continue to receive support for planning and implementation of infrastructure grants. It is important, Honorable President, to report that for the financial year 2024-2025, municipalities in the province spent 87% of the allocated MIG grants. And for 2025-2026 financial year, 522 million rand has been allocated, which is an increased figure, particularly to 6 municipalities in the province. By now, 65% of these have been spent, and our goal is to achieve 100% expenditure this financial year. There will undoubtedly be consequences for any municipality that fails to spend 100% of its MIG allocation. In addition, the province also secured substantial support through the budget facility for infrastructure program, where 2.5 billion was approved for bulk water infrastructure in Solplaatje municipality. Comrade President, we highly appreciate this intervention. Currently, there are 9 projects which are being implemented in Solplaatje municipality. Honorable Chair, we are intensifying our efforts to ensure water security and adequate sanitation for all our communities. During the 2025-26 financial year, investment in water and sanitation infrastructure in the Northern Cape amounted to approximately 1.27 billion, with 9 projects completed across the province benefiting more than 21,800 households. Conditional grant allocation for the coming financial year include 385 million from the Water Services Infrastructure Grant and 874 million through the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant. These interventions matter because dignity begins with access to basic services. Honorable members, financial sustainability remains central to the long-term viability of our municipality. The Northern Cape Provincial Treasury has significantly re-engineered its support model to decentralize assistance and place technical support closer to municipalities. This also includes intensification of interventions aimed at improving audit outcomes, reducing irregular expenditure, and strengthening consequence management. As a result, 8 municipalities improved their audit outcomes in the previous financial year. Provincial Treasury has worked closely with municipalities participating in the ESCOM Debt Relief Program. 6 municipalities in the province have already benefited from debt write-offs amounting to 447 million. Honorable Chair, building better communities is also about growing the economy through different interventions. Critical to growing the economy is massive rollout of infrastructure and creation of sustainable jobs. The ExCo just approved the Provincial Infrastructure Plan 2040. For the first 4 years of the implementation of the plan, the provincial government will spend 25 billion rand on social and economic infrastructure. To strengthen our efforts to fight unemployment, and particularly unemployment amongst young people, we also approved the Northern Cape Jobs
Honorable
Plan.
Premier, on the note of fighting unemployment for the young people, your time has expired.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Van der Berg from the Northern Cape, the province of the Oograbis Falls. You have muted yourself.
So there we go. Thank you, Chairperson. Premier, you should have just asked. I have got a lot of minutes extra, so I could have helped you. In the Northern Cape, we help each other. Anyway, Chairperson, Honorable President, colleagues and citizens, during our oversight visit to the Kosh area this week, we wanted to ensure that local government is truly people-centered. Parliaments exist precisely for this reason, to hear the voices of the people and to convey their needs in order to secure better governance. Throughout the ages, as soon as people started to live in communities, humanity has learned that leadership is necessary to maintain order, ensure security, and deliver basic services. But we have also learned the hard way that leaders who gain power often begin to protect and enrich themselves instead of listening to those they serve. Parliaments serve to remind leadership of the will of the people, and this week the citizens spoke clearly. Ms. Juake told us how informal businesses in the area collapsed due to deteriorating infrastructure and theft. Mines have closed, unemployment has risen sharply, and empty buildings in old mining areas are being occupied by criminals. Mr. Mojaki and many other residents complained that the mayor does not keep his promises and that targets for electricity supply are continually shifted. One resident stated plainly, the Matlotsano municipality does not have the capacity to even install an electrical transformer. Cable theft is rampant, and communities have to patrol the area by themselves just to keep the lights on. Ms. Kanana described the security problems, burglaries and murders in the area, and emphasized how important good street lighting is. Chairperson, after hearing complaint after complaint about power failures, unemployment, crime, tender fraud, and incomplete projects, local government's response is the same every time. Blame shifting and denial of responsibilities. Officials point fingers at other departments, make vague promises about future projects, and try to pacify communities instead of solving problems. The Freedom Front Plus believes it could and must be different. We call for proper law enforcement and the end of corruption in municipalities. Local government must be rebuilt from the ground up. We must get rid of all these tenderpreneurs and unnecessary projects. Services and maintenance must be insourced and delivered by competent personnel who want to make it work and are motivated to make a difference. Rather, appoint plan makers and doers, not tender creators. The sad reality is that we witnessed here is repeating itself too many times. The sad reality is that what we witnessed here is repeating itself in too many towns across South Africa. Unfavorable labor actions, policy uncertainty, BEE requirements, and uncertainty around ownership have chased away investors. And this is what has made the mines to rather close operations and the employment they bring. Welfare and the leniency in collection of municipal bills in exchange for political votes have become the new normal. Citizens who came to speak to us are good, informed people who know their rights and they can articulate their issues well. Continue to raise your voices. Be active citizens and make sure your voices are heard at the ballot box on 4 November. Appoint a local government that serves you and cut out the self-serving fat cats. Only you can make the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van den Berg. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Peter from Eastern Cape, Home of Legends.
Honorable Mamun Sweni, NCOP Chairperson, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, and my President of the United Democratic Movement, Bantu Bonge, the General Holomisa. I stand here today to declare to this province of Northwest that the prestige of the people has to be restored in all cost. People has to be protected from those who sit in the benches of government in order to destroy the gains who were fought by our grandfathers. Chairperson of the session, now is the time for those who have deprived their democratic right be rescued, not tomorrow, but now. Those who were serving the people, they have turned themselves to be the bosses of the people. They are no longer serving the interest of the people of Matlosana. They are serving their own interest as the bosses. Through the mandate given unto them by the same people, once the people of Matlosana turns up to the streets, they open cases against them, against their own voters. What kind of a leadership that we're having? We all hear the cry of the Matlosana and surrounding areas about their safety. The government officials are no longer civil servants. They are giants who chase them, who chase the people just for their own needs. Siphi kanti apha mongameli? Xa abantu basivotele siphinde sibavulele cases, kanti siphi apha? Sewer spillages, potholes, izindlela mongameli azikho. Uhambe kwi-potholes ngokubusiza apha mongameli. Wena uqala okanye bakuhambise kwindlela ezizodwa. What does that mean, President? President, kukumama apha ebe ne-sewerage endlini yakhe. Ulungiselelwe namhlanje kuba sikhona. For 5 years, la mama unukuselwa isiwa. Siphi kanti mongameli? There is no longer government in Matlosana and surrounding areas. Now is the time for the people to save themselves. If you cannot save yourselves by your acts, you will remain in the storage. Mongameli, my last conclusion, Chairperson. There's a life spillages in Matlosana. People has been killed through their houses. People has been killed because they can't say nothing by the same officials whom they serve. Same officials are criminal. The state has been conquered by the criminals. Can't say Mongameli. Mongameli siyakucela uzukuyokroba eBhayi phaya. Kukho indawo eyakhiwayo pha Mongameli. Mangiqale kule ndawo phambi bandifike phaya eBhayi. Mongameli, there's a tendency here. When the government do good, some of the members, they claim that the NC has done the best. Then when the government do bad, some of your members, President, they said the government of the GNU has done bad. Mongameli, if unoya phaya eBhayi, kukho indawo pha has been built, beautiful houses. Enye yoza ndawo is my ward, Ward 41. That's my ward. There's a nice houses there. But abantu balapho zange bafumana title deeds. Zabasifumane mongameli. You build beautiful houses, but where is the title deeds? Siyakucela mongameli khawuye ujonga pha. Okokugqibela khawuye save umeya waseBhayi. Uyachabalala mongameli. Itown yethu, itown yaseNigeria. Itown yaseSomalia. Awunawungena ecoastini. Akusekho umuntu omnyama. Ndiyabonga mongameli.
Thank you, Honorable Peter, for your input. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Badenhorst from the Western Cape, the Cape of Storms.
House Chairperson, Mr. President, fellow South Africans, honourable members, Ndumelang, Likai, Wakitang. Mr. President, it's interesting to note that the EFF and the MK has foregone their opportunity to take part in today's debate. Let's hope that the people who vote for them in the local government elections will show the same interest in them in November later on this year. If we are serious, Mr. President, about ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities, we must begin by asking a very simple question. Where are the people in this ANC-led government? Because across South Africa, wherever the ANC rules, and especially here in the Northwest, communities are not experiencing a people-centered state. They're experiencing collapsing municipalities, sewage in the streets, broken roads, water shortages, corruption, care deployment, and political elites who have become disconnected from ordinary citizens. The people of Matlosana do not need slogans anymore. They need a functioning government. Meneer die president, die inwoners van hierdie dorp soek plaaslike regering wat werk. Hulle soek nie meer leuns nie en beloftes nie. And this is where the ANC has fundamentally failed South Africans. The truth is that corruption has hollowed out local government. Money meant for development is too often redirected into patronage networks and political protection schemes. What we witnessed this week was a complete collapse of accountability. On far too many oversight visits this week, Parliament was met not by decision makers, but by junior officials sent to absorb the pressure while political and administrative leadership conveniently disappeared. No mayor, very few MMCs, very few directors, and the municipal manager was also missing in action. Here's the thing, Mr. President. Ordinary South Africans are entitled to ask difficult questions. South Africa has strict exchange control legislation. As you know, ordinary citizens cannot simply keep large quantities of undeclared foreign currency hidden in their homes without facing serious scrutiny from law enforcement and regulatory authorities. So the question begs, Mr. President, what would happen if an ordinary South African in Joburg or Alabama was found with stacks of US dollars hidden inside a couch in their homes? Would SAP simply walk away? Would SARS ask no questions? Would the Reserve Bank remain silent? Would there be no immediate criminal investigation? Of course not. That ordinary citizen would face the full might of the law. And that's precisely why accountability matters. Because a people-centered government cannot operate with one set of rules for political elites like the president and another for ordinary citizens struggling to survive. And this becomes even more serious when we remember the oath taken by the president when he took office. The president swore to obey, observe, uphold, and maintain the Constitution and all other laws of South Africa. Not some laws, Mr. President, not the convenient laws. All the laws, Mr. President. That oath is not ceremonial. It's a sacred constitutional commitment to the people of South Africa. Because once citizens begin to believe in those in power or above the law, trust in democratic institutions collapses. And when trust collapses, local government collapses with it. And then you get what we see in Matlosana this week. There's no way, but there is a way, Mr. President, to fix local government. The residents of the Western Cape fixed their local government in 2010 when they turned their backs on the ANC lies and corruption. They voted for the Democratic Alliance. The DA believes local government must return to its constitutional purpose. Serve communities, not politically connected cronies. Go and look where the DA governs. And yes, honourable members, the DA, we don't claim perfection, but we do demonstrate that clean audits, functioning infrastructure and better service delivery is possible. Honourable Farmer, you forgot to mention Beaufort West, which you guys broke. The Patriotic Alliance broke Beaufort West. And you forgot to mention how you are busy bizaing in Knysna. In the DA-led Western Cape, DA-led local governments continue to outperform because we understand a simple principle. Government exists to serve residents, not politicians. Unlike the ANC in the Northwest, the DA ensures that every cent collected from ratepayers delivers actual services. Premier Mogotsi, Sorry, you said the ANC understands the challenges of local government. One would argue that the ANC created the challenges in local government. People say that government begins when leaders stop protecting themselves and start delivering for the people who elected them. Honorable Sufi, you have a unique way of contributing to a debate without actually adding much. Don't fear the DA ministers that are doing so well. They're doing better in 20 months than what the ANC ministers did in 30 years. Go and check what your Amapanyazi is doing in Gauteng. That's fallen to pieces, and that's why you have to have the army sorting out the Zamazamas. Scores of community members have stood patiently in long queues as we could tell Parliament about how the ANC has failed. On the 4th of November, those same people will be able to queue at the election voting box. The people of Orkney, Stilfontein, Hartbeesfontein and Klerksdorp, you can make your cross for the DA and change
On
the
that
ANC
note of
lives
your
through
cross,
the
your time has
experiences of the last 30
expired.
years. Thank you.
The next speaker who's invited to the podium is Honorable Dlamini from the Free State, the City of Roses.
Ha ke o lebohe motsamaisi wa dipuisano Ntate Kgatebe. Ke dumedise modulasetulo wa NCOP, motlatsa modulasetulo wa NCOP, sephadi sa NCOP, matona a rona a teng le batlatsa matona, ditonakgolo tsa rona tse hlomphehileng tsa di-province, dikgosi le marena a rona re le hlomphile. Ka sehlohlolong re dumedise re be re hlomphe setjhaba sa North West ka kakaretso. Dumelang. Re kopane mona tsatsing la kajeno re le ntlo ya bobedi ya Palamente e bitswang NCOP tlasa tema kapo theme e latelang. Ho etsa bonnete ba ho aha mmuso wa selehae o beileng batho pele kapo batho ka hara ntshetsopele. Re tle re tsebe ho aha setjhaba se betere. Ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities. Re a laelwa ke tema ena, re le barongwa ba setjhaba, hore ho tsohle tseo re di etsang mosebetsing wa rona wa ho emela setjhaba ke ho tlisa ditshebeletso ho batho. Ke mandate wa rona wa mantlha. Ene batho ba rona ba lokela ho una ho tseo mmuso o di etsang. Re boele re laelwe hore ha re ntse re fana ka ditshebeletso ho setjhaba re se ke ra kgetha nku ka pere. Hoba mmuso wa rona ho tloha 1994 ha ona mmala. Mmuso wa rona ke mmuso wa setjhaba ka setjhaba. E re a tseba re le mokgatlo wa African National Congress hore di teng diphoso tse etsahetseng tse ngata. Empa ha re counte diphoso tseo, re counta hore na ke eng se ntseng re di etse le hore re di lokisa jwang.
Because what is important in life is not how much you fall, it's how many times you can rise and self-correct. Re lokela ho itukisa. Re rata ho leboha setjhaba sa mona Northwest, mohlomphehi President, ka hore amohela ka matsoho a mofuthu. Ba sebetsa le rona beke kaofela, ba hlahisa ditletlebo tsa bona, ba hlahisa dillo tsa bona. Mme re a thaba hoba ba ikutlwetse hore le di-provinceng tse ding diphephetso tse teng, ditonakgolo di hlahisitse kwano hore na di tlo rarollwa jwang. Mme le monana provinceng enana ya Northwest, mohlomphehi President, re lakatsa hore ntate mopremere wa kwano o etse jwalo. Hoba Northwest ke e nngwe ya di-province tse nang le di-minerals and resources through mining. Re lebelletse hore ntate Premier le kabinete ya hao di-mineral resources tsena ha di benefite batho ba Northwest. Mme re tla be re fulfitse theme ena ya rona ya ho beha setjhaba sa rona at the center of everything that we do. Setjhaba seso, ke lakatsa ho hlalosa hore mmuso o tshwana le lelapa. Mona le batswadi, le bana, le borakgadi, le bo auntie. Ha yo motswadi a ka emang a re ena o romme ngwana hae ho etsa ntho e sa lokang. Le ka hare ho mmuso o, ntate Ramaphosa kapa di-president tse tlileng pele, ha yo ya romme motho o etsa ntho e sa lokang. Le wona mokgatlo wa African National Congress ha o ka ba wa roma batho lo etsa ntho tse sa lokang. Ke dikgetho tsa rona re le batho ka matla re a adingweng ho emela setjhaba re etsang dintho tse sa lokang. Mme ke sona seo re le African National Congress re lokelang hore re se hlaole, ebile re eme ka maoto hona jwale hoba re ka hong botjha ya mokgatlo wa rona, re ka hong botjha le kopano le ntshetsopele ya mokgatlo wa rona, re lokisa dintho tseo. Ha re ka ke ra di etsa re le bang, re tlo di etsa le lona setjhaba sa rona se hlomphehileng. Re a le hloka. Dimasepala tsa rona mohlomphehi mo President di aparetswe ke mathata a ho se sebetse hantle. Le le baetapele ba tswang parlamenteng, President le kabinete ya hae, Premier le kabinete ya hae, le etse ditshepiso ho batho. Ha le qeta ho furalla, ba bang ba rona re sala re iketsetsa tsa rona. Ke tsona dintho tse etsang hore mokgatlo wa African National Congress o be le mathata pusong. Mme ke tsona dintho tse re lokelang ho di hlaola. Bo ntate Premier, ha re sebetseng ka matla le bomme Premier ho lokisa dintho tseo. Setjhaba sa rona ha se tla hlotse se lakaditse ho utlwa ditshepiso, se batla ho bona diketso e leng ditshebeletso. Mohlomphehi mo President wa rona, dimasepaleng tsa rona re na le infrastructure e kgathetseng haholo ya bo more than 100 years. Mme infrastructure eo e hloka hore e maintainwe, e hloka hore replace-iwa. Ene ha e ka ke ya ba ntho e lokileng ya hore batho ba rona ba bona ditshebeletso ha President a tla. It's very bad and sad. Because a se sona se re se rongweng re lo se etsa re le barongwa ba mmuso. A ke re tloeleng ho senya naha ya rona re mpe re bolokeng hoba kaofela ha rona re a e hloka. I'm alive for the fact that the municipality has limited tax base, low revenue collection, and substantial debt. But these challenges need to be addressed through collaborative innovation, political and technical leadership. Haika ke ya re administration be sebetsa against political deployment, kapo political office. That is so bad. Re lokela ho sebetsa kaofela re etse chain ya mmuso ena kaofela ye meraro e re nang le yona e leng mmuso wa kakaretso, mmuso wa diprovince le mmuso wa selehae. Ha re ka ra sebetsang kaofela re atameditse setjhaba sa rona, ha re ke ra hlolwa ke letho. Yes, ke nnete, ha re ke ra kgona ho ba fa tsohle tse ba, empa batho ba rona ba batle dintho tse kgolo, ba batla dintho tsa mantlha e leng ditshebeletso. Only ho hlokahala ntate President hore re tlo sebetsang ka potlako ho etsa bonnete ba hore dillo tsa batho tse re di nkileng di a arabelwa, mme ha di arabelwe hona jwale, empa di arabelwa ho tloha hona jwale ho isa ka ho sa feleng. Mining is the cornerstone of Northwest Province economy, generating over 50% of GDP and accounting for roughly 64% of South African platinum production. Empa re fumana ba setjhaba sa monana mookamedi e le sona se sa sebetseng ka bongata. Potso ke hore na di-mine tsena di hirile bo mang? Ke seo re lokelang ho se lokisa ntate Premier le kabinete ya hao. Hanke ke hlalose ka puo e le utlwisisang setjhaba seso hore ha hona nnete ho seo bahlomphehi ba bang ba se buileng mona ka hore mo DA e busang dintho di lokile. Ha hona nnete moo. Re tswa Western Cape mo ho dulang batho ba bo rona ba tshwanang le nna le lona. Maemo a bona a mabe ho feta a Northwest. Botle bo ntate ba emmeng mona ba bahlomphehi ba bo buileng le mme ke botle bo ditoropong mo phelang bona. Mara mo phelang batho ba bo rona maemo a mabe ho feta Northwest kapo any other province. Nnete e nngwe ya bobedi ke hore nthwena e bitswang corruption ha ena mmala, ha ena dilemo, ha ena bong, ha ena political affiliation. It's about the character of individual. So ho bohlokwa hore re le setjhaba re se ke ra thetswa hore corruption ke ya African National Congress. Because if corruption is a political party, it means Western Cape is more corrupt. It means masipala tse tshwerweng ke DA hoba ha di tlise ditshebeletso ho batho le tsona, they are more corrupt. Ke lona lebaka leo setjhaba seso le ke reng ha re se ke ra thetswa hoba hangata re nka di-platform tse tjena re nka monyetla re be re batla ho campaignela di-political party tsa rona. Ha ile hantle NCOP mona e tlisitse parlamente ho batho ba Northwest ho tlo utlwa mathata a bona le hore re ka ba thusa jwang. As to batho ba mona ba tla voutelang ke bona ba tsebang. Ibile ke bona ba tsebang ba batlang. It's not upon us hore re lokela ho etsa mosebetsi wa rona wa ho ba di-public representative re be re ba thaothela hore voutela ka di-4 tsa November. Because re a ba thetsa. Gauteng province e sebetsa hantle ntle le DA. Ibile ha ena mathata. Dintho di a tsamaya. Ha se nnete hore mo DA e leng teng ntho di a loka hee. Hobaneng phoso e etswa ke motho ha e etswe ke mokgatlo o mo romeng. Mme re tlo hlaola re sebetsa mmoho re le NCOP e eteletsweng pele ke mme Refilwe. Re tlo hlaola re sebetsa mmoho le di-province tsa rona le di-masipala. Re hlaola bohlaswa bo teng mme re mema setjhaba hore se tle se be le rona moo leetong la rona la ho hlaola. Le se ke la tjhaba setjhaba sa bo rona hore criticize rona as the ANC. You must criticize us, you must tell us when you are wrong. Our responsibility and task ko tlo ikokobetsa ka pela lona e seng re be arrogant. Ke ka hona letsatsing le re tlisitseng parlamente ho lona re tlo ikokobetsa. Re sa le laele ebile re le hlomphile. Ha ke qetela motsamaisi wa dipuisano Ke rata ho ensure
Order, honorable members. Order.
Ha ke qetela ke rata ho netefaletsa mohlomphehi mopresidente wa rona le ditonakgolo tsa rona tse eteletseng di-province hore rona re le ntlo ena ya NCOP re ikemiseditse hore re tlo sebetsa le lona re le tshehetse ka hohle ka mokgwa le ka kgonang re kopa le lona le re atomela ha mmoho le bo majoro ba rona di-districting le dimmasepaleng re tlo etsa bonnete ntate presidente ya hore oversight yona ke ntho re tlo etsa until the end of this term bophelo ba rona re le NCOP mme re filwe o itse ha e sa le ho dula ka hara chamber empa e se le ho tla bathong jwale re le NCOP hobaneng re ditsebe le molomo wa batho ba Afrika Borwa ba di-province le dimmasepala re tlo dula re na le lona le re atomelela ntse re le Cape Town le re ngolle mangolo le re tlo tla ho lona re tlo lokisa dintho tseo re di tshepisitseng beke tse pele tse fetileng ntate president re kgutlile bekeng ena re entse di-interventions ene batho ba ilana ba paka mona hore di-intervention tseo di a sebetsa so setjhaba sa North West re le rata haholo re le NCOP re le rata haholo re le mmuso honana o eteletsweng pele wa GNU ke ntate Ramaphosa ebile re a le hlompha re tlo sebetsa le lona re kopa fela hore re beng le mamellano empa botlokotsebe le dintho tse sa lokang tsona re ske ra di mamella re di hlaole ntate mookamedi president re kopa hore le ntate premier le eketse sesole ka ro North West le rona re le tjena mohlomphehi president re ile ra tshoswa re le maloko a parliament ra thola di-call some of us hore re tlo bolawa ga ka nna ra tswela pele ra etsa se re se etsang mme re lakatsa hore re etse bonnete ba hore re netefaletse setjhaba sa kwano hore la re ka ba ra tshoswa re no ba le ya ka re North West re tla dula re ntse re le teng jwalo ka di-provinceng tse ding kaofela so sesole ha se eketsehe ntate mookamedi ka ro North West hoba dizamazama di bonahala di nkile matla a mmuso e le wona mmuso jwale ihlile di hlobaetsa le batho ho thwe monana mohlomphehi president districting ena ho thungwa ha motho ha se letho letsatsi le letsatsi batho ba ka thungwa mme re lakatsa hore re re ho baahi ba North West
Honorable Dlamini, your time is up.
Viva lona le re rata haholo.
Order, honorable members. Can we please take our seats? I now have a pleasure to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, to take the podium and close the debate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, Deputy Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, I stand on the protocol that has been established and the protocol I also articulated at the beginning. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to close this NCOP plenary, which has in many ways been robust and constructive and which has focused on the issues that affect and concern the people of the Northwest, and may I add, the country as a whole. For as the chairperson of the NCOP and the deputy chairperson and the Secretary of Parliament and other officials have brought Parliament to the people of Northwest, they have effectively brought Parliament to the whole country, as many of our people will have been following these proceedings. And I'd like to thank everyone who has participated in this plenary, and to the many citizens of this area, Matlosane, who came to all the engagements that were held, and to be part of this very special occasion. Participating in a process like this is important, because taking Parliament to the people is one of the most important ways of deepening democracy, strengthening legitimacy, and rebuilding trust between the citizens of our country and the state. It transforms Parliament from being seen as a distant institution in a capital city or in parliamentary city in Cape Town into a living instrument of public participation and accountability as members of Parliament give themselves time to be amongst the people. At its core, it also gives practical meaning to the constitutional principle that says the people shall govern. This visit has made the NCOP delegates aware of the severe challenges affecting our people here in the municipalities across the province, but it is also across many other provinces, ranging from political instability, financial management, and lack of service delivery. This visit by the NCOP must reinforce the work of national, provincial, and local government through the district development model to fix the problems of our municipalities. And I'd like to thank the premiers as well as the MECs of our various provinces for being here to articulate precisely what they are doing in their various provinces. Many and all indeed have articulated really forward-looking plans, setting out the work that is being done, good work in the most part of what is happening. What I have heard is a most powerful message of hope after this parliamentary outreach visit. And that is about the fact that democracy is listening. The state has not abandoned the people of our country, and the future can still be shaped through collective action, partnership, and accountability. This visit says, it communicates that Parliament did not come here to merely observe the problems that our people are going through, but to help to unlock solutions and to renew the social contract between citizens and the democratic state. We should not be dismissive of the fact that a lady who has not had a house for a long time, or the one who's had a house where sewage was spilling through her house, was immediately fixed. We should not dismiss that. That is intervention. Intervention has been made. What we should hope for and demand is that there should be continuous intervention solving those individual problems and collective problems on an ongoing basis. People facing unemployment, poverty, crime, energy shortages, or failing infrastructure are less interested in political point scoring than in practical solutions. It was sad for me to hear some political point scoring here. When parties spend all their energy blaming one another, humiliating opponents, or weaponizing every mistake, government effectiveness suffers. We must remember this saying that when you live in a glass house, do not throw stones, because when you do throw stones, those stones can also come to your house. And when colleagues continuously say, we are better, we are this and this, and others continuously say, you have to go to a particular area of the same city that is said to be the best. And when you go there, you see the very worst conditions ever. And I have seen that with my own eyes. And now it is said that the people who live, for instance, in Cape Town, in Philippi, and other places, their conditions are even much worse than you can find here in the Northwest. That should tell us something. There's a message in that. So in the end, we should rise from here with hope. Hope that this session, this engagement has given rise to hope. Hope is generally abroad in our country. It is spreading right throughout. Many of the delegates who spoke here, premiers, MECs, and other speakers, spoke about how hope is spreading in the areas where they are. And indeed, there is hope. So we should speak about the hope, because for our people, we should say, the coming of Parliament here means that your voice matters. Your voice is being heard. Also, government still has the capacity to change lives, and communities should be partners in development. Now, South Africa has overcome bigger challenges before, and we intend to continue to do so. We have a big challenge of jobs. The creation of jobs depends on an increase in investment. We need to see more and more investment coming into our country from local firms, from offshore firms, but also we need to create spaces for those who want to do business so that they do business and increase investment from which we will derive growth. Our investment drive is yielding significant results as it is. Over the last 5 years, a total of 634 billion rand of investment has been pledged, and a lot of it has now already been spent on projects. At the 6th South Africa Investment Conference, and let me pause and say, one of the things that many people don't realize and should really, really applaud is that soon as we started holding our own national conference for investment, our provinces, one after the other, started holding their own investment conferences. And at those investment conferences, they have been able to garner a lot of investors who have pledged to invest in the provinces as well. So in that regard, I applaud the premiers. I truly applaud our premiers for taking forward the vision that we have had, that there should be localized investment commitments, localized investment going into various projects. I welcome that. And when you agglomerate all those commitments, and when you agglomerate the various projects that are ongoing in our country, we can safely say that South Africa is becoming and is going to lead in becoming a building or a construction site. You see it all over. I go to the Eastern Cape, I see construction. I go to KZN, I see that construction. I go to Gauteng, I see new cities, literally new cities being built, and I see tremendous infrastructure projects. And I go to Northern Cape, I go to many of our provinces, and I see that. It is the result of the work that is being done by our premiers, by our provincial councils, our MECs, and I want to applaud them for all the work that they do. And I will give you a round of applause, even if I'm alone. So at our investment conference, we raised quite a lot of money, but coming to where we are, at the 6th investment conference, companies pledged investments totaling 30 billion into renewable energy and mining in the Northwest. And when you combine it with what the province is raising as well in investment, it is higher. The 1 trillion that we have allocated to infrastructure over the next 3 years will increase economic activity and create jobs, both directly and indirectly. One of the critical industries for the Northwest is mining, which correctly accounts for about 52% of the GDP of this province. And obviously, the Northwest is the platinum province, is where we get the most of the platinum in our country, although Limpopo also shares as that. Where we have seen a decline in production in other areas, mining still remains a mainstay for us. That is why we have dedicated resources to further exploration for our mineral resources, because Northwest is a mineral-rich province, but the whole of South Africa is mineral-rich. That's why we are dedicating money from the fiscus for exploration so that we can open more mines and add value to the country as well. We're focusing on building the agricultural sector by releasing state land for agriculture and providing more support and funding for emerging black farmers. On water, we are investing significantly in bulk water infrastructure to ensure that there is enough water supply for areas in our country that have serious water challenges. The National Water Crisis Committee is providing support to municipalities to ensure that they are able to maintain their water infrastructure and ensure supply of quality water to all households and businesses in our country. Premier Zamani Soul gave a proper account of how far our country has moved from where we were in 1994 in the most statistical way, to say we have moved forward. And let it be said that we are not stuck in one place. We are continuing to move forward. That 8% or so of people in our country who do not have electricity, ESCOM is rolling out to all those. Those areas that do not really have water, we are working on that. And we are working to improve the road network and infrastructure in our country. Yes, what has held us back is the focus that we placed on the social welfare of our people. 61% of our budget goes to social welfare. As poverty was rising, as our students needed more support at the universities for free education, as we found that we need to establish early childhood development centers so that the mistake that we made right at the beginning should be corrected, because for education, that's where we should have started. In 1994, early childhood development, formalize it, put it under basic education rather than put it under social development. Now, we are turning that wheel, and we're delegating, or we're committing more money. As we faced COVID, we needed to support the livelihoods of our people and had to allocate 54 billion rand just for that. So what that led to is an increase in social welfare, a decline in the more important investments that we should put in place. And we also declined, truth be told, on defense spending, on supporting the police. Now we are correcting all those programs, or those problems. And we are moving forward. We are moving forward in quite a determined way. For a country like ours, for the first time in its history, to commit 1 trillion rand in infrastructure means that we are serious about moving South Africa forward. The reforms that we have embarked upon are also demonstrative of the fact that we are moving forward. We are not stuck in one place. We are undertaking those reforms in water, we're doing so in electricity, and ensuring that we reposition the economy of our country so that it's primed for growth going forward. Those areas that still have load reduction, where there are still challenges for electricity, are areas that ESCOM, together with the Ministry of Electricity and Energy, are working on and ensuring that we rid our country not only what we've done well with load shedding, but also with load reduction. As you well know, we have to build 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines so that as we generate more energy, either through renewables or otherwise, even nuclear, we're able to have the grid that will support all that. That is going to require almost 400 billion. So all those projects are projects that we are working on. We are pushing ahead and restructuring the various areas that drive the economy of our country. On housing, there's been a slowdown in the delivery of houses here in the Northwest and across the country. That is why we are changing the housing delivery model so that it is led by people's needs. We've built almost 4 million houses, and we've slowed down for all the reasons that I set out. But now we need to ramp up and come up with a model. On roads, a significant portion of our infrastructure, and I heard complaints that potholes are replete throughout the country. That is true. And now our SANRAL, which is dedicated to building roads, and also we need to now build our roads at provincial level as well as local level. We're focusing on that because a country that does not have roads will never grow its economy. And that is why they say, if you want to get rich, the Chinese say, if you want to get rich, build a road. And that's what we are now focusing on. On crime and safety, we are putting in place a dedicated strategy to tackle organized crime and to dismantle the criminal networks that are driving much of the crime in our country. And we're focusing also on illegal mining, including here in the Northwest. And Premier Lusufi talks positively about how the SANDF has helped to eliminate mining, illegal mining in Gauteng. Yes, we will bring the SANDF here as well, so that it can come and help. We didn't speak much about education, and education being the bedrock of what we need to do to improve our economy. We must ensure that young people have the skills that they need to find jobs. There's been a mismatch between the skill base of our young people and the jobs that are needed in the economy. So we are solving all that. We are undertaking an overhaul of the skills development system. And this includes strengthening the CETA system and reviewing it, and the National Skills Fund. We're working to ensure that our TVET colleges are more closely aligned with industry and with the provision of workplace experience. Here in Northwest, we should have a university that just focuses on mining. That's what we need, and we will be looking at that as well. Where the economy of the Northwest province, the GDP is 52%, we need to be generating on an ongoing basis, in a massive way, the skills that we need in those mines, metallurgical skills, engineering skills, environmental skills, and mining skills as well. We are expanding and investing in early childhood development. I've touched on that. We haven't spoken about health. We're going ahead with the preparations for the NHI strengthening so that it can strengthen our health system. And that is a given. It is going to happen. Whether people like it or not, we cannot continue having a health system that is underpinned by apartheid of the past. We must rid our country of all vestiges of apartheid so that our people can have the better life that they were denied. We have also committed to a construction and refurbishment of our hospitals. On governance, the key effective development and service delivery is a government that is clean, capable, and developmental. We have to make changes at the local government level. That is a given, and I'm glad that there's commitment that the white paper process should move ahead and we should finalize it as quickly as possible so that we can reform our local government system. So I leave this community with renewed conviction that the future of our country is not hopeless. We have seen the resilience of our people. We've seen the determination of our young people as well, and the wisdom of our elders, and the courage of communities that continue to strive for a better life, even as we face immense challenges. Parliament, in the end, has not come here merely to listen and depart. We come as representatives of a democratic nation, determined to ensure that the voices of the people must shape the priorities of the state. Now, the road ahead may be a difficult road, and it will be difficult, but the story of our nation has always been one of overcoming adversity through unity, through courage, and through collective effort. Now, if we work together, ha re ka sebetsa mmoho, re tswele pele re sebetse mmoho, re hlotse apartheid ka ho sebetsa mmoho, kaofela rona. Le bao ba ne ba le di-advocate tsa apartheid, kajeko lena, ke bona ba re jwetsang hore le rona we were anti-apartheid. We accept that, but we work together to bring apartheid to an end. We must now forge ahead, working together as government, business, labor, civil society, and our traditional leaders and communities. There is no challenge that is beyond our capacity to solve. What has happened here through coming as the NCOP has also given me a lot of courage that the national dialogue process, which is going to go ahead in earnest, is also going to be well received, and our people will engage in that process with a great deal of enthusiasm, and our people will come forward and articulate their views, their fears, and their hopes. Hope is not the denial of our challenges. Hope is the belief that together we possess the strength, the wisdom, and the determination to overcome those challenges. the future of our country is still ours to build. It is not a future that will be built by the politicians in Cape Town, by the executive in the union buildings. It is a future that belongs to all of us. And that is why we say we must work together. When our forebears ended drafting the Freedom Charter, they said these dreams and aspirations we shall work for side by side until we have won our total freedom. That is what we should be saying. For these challenges, we will work to eliminate them, to solve them, until we have won that hope of the South Africa of our dreams. So thank you very much. It's been a most fruitful day being here. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order, honorable members. Please, let's take our seats. Honorable members, this marks the end